Hmm. Okay, test. Okay, test. Hmm. Hmm. Try to check the audio levels here. Try to check the audio levels here. Okay. Try to check the audio levels here. Let's watch this now.
Society that are very important.
Some debate about men versus women. I'll get my takes here when I.
Society that have leaders and have
Some debate
followers.
about
Okay.
men
Now,
versus women.
I will agree that the boys do not like sitting in a classroom all day. It's frustrating. Okay.
Men
Now,
versus women.
I
Wait,
will
why am I
agree
hearing
that
my?
the boys do not like sitting in a class.
My penis was.
What the fuck?
To them. But men are naturally more rebellious than women are. And the reason why is because men are not natural followers than women. Even if you have in the structures where men are following are not. Why do you think in the military than women? Even if you have in the structures
Where am I hearing this from?
Are not. Why do you think in the military than women?
Hearing this from.
They have to have a boot camp because those men have to be basically conditioned to follow properly because they are naturally rebellious. There's a reason why
Men are
when
naturally
women
rebellious.
Are
What does it
girls
even
are in
mean?
school, they do better in school because the way that structure is, they're
Like
given
what?
instructions.
Like
and
define
look,
rebellious. Men just naturally defy any authority or something. I mean, it's kind of weird, but claim.
We understand what the school system is. The school system was designed around the Prussian school system, which basically was created for the purpose of creating factory workers, created for the purpose of creating better soldiers, okay? People that are going to follow suit.
Yeah,
That's
kinda,
exactly
but
what
not really
the educational system is here in America, all right?
It's
So
just a little
it's
bit
not
flawed,
an insult to say that women are followers. That's not an insult. It's just a reality. Men are not as prone to follow as women are.
I'm just saying that most people are followers. We have to agree on that. Work only works if you have one manager and many employees. The army only works if you've got one general and many soldiers. A country only works if you've got one president and many constituents. Most people are followers. Society only works. That's why there's the whole phrase, too many chiefs and not enough Indians. You have to have followers in society, right? So,
that's true.
And then even when we look at classrooms where we're saying like, oh, like women are better to following, and that's why they do better in classrooms. Who's teaching? Who's leading the classrooms? It's women. Isn't it like 95% of teachers are women? Like
now.
No.
Now.
Now.
But here's the thing.
What do
you
mean
just
now?
said something that gave validity to my point. Where do you think the term "there's too many chiefs and not enough Indians" comes from? The reason you have that term is because every time you have a group of men following another man, there's always a subset of men that's trying to overthrow that man. So no, they're not naturally followers. Men will follow until they're in a position to take over. The reason why most men follow is not because they're just like, well, I'm gonna, go with the flow. They follow because they don't have the power to take over who's ever in the position above.
I don't think so. People follow because most people naturally just find a role and they play their role. Most people don't want to be leaders and can't be leaders, but I'm sure he's going to say that.
Yeah. That's the reason why men do that.
I don't know where to move from here. I've had a lot of experience managing a lot of people across a diverse amount of, whether it's fucking video games, whether it's fucking business, whether it's organizing podcasts, whether it's just watching people in society. Like, most people gravitate towards following. Most men don't want the responsibility of being in charge of other people. Most men don't want the responsibility of taking on the negatives of an outcome of a decision that involves other people. That's just, being in a leadership role is really difficult.
No, but they want the glory.
Yeah, but that's not being a leader. That doesn't count. Everybody wants to. That doesn't count.
But no, that's where that comes from. In order for you to get the accolades, the glory, to get the ego boost, every dude, even if they admit it or not, has had a desire to be that guy, to be the head guy.
Sure, everybody can have a desire. That's fine. If you want to say something like men have a desire to be leaders, that's fine. I would agree with you there. But men are not naturally leaders. Leadership is a skill that's crafted over time. Most people are not suited for it, and just wanting the glory of being a leader does not make you somebody that is a leader.
So you're talking about you okay? So we're getting into, look. Here's the thing. I'm not saying that every man that spawns has the ability to be freaking Julius Caesar. That's not what I'm saying.
That's not even what I'm saying, but all right.
Well, you're saying that, I'm assuming that you're saying that men naturally have the ability to be great leaders, right?
All I'm saying is, broadly speaking, men and women have way more in common than they do separately from each other. And when people try
totally disagree with that.
I'm sure you do. When people try to draw these hardcore separations out of, like, men are leaders, women are followers, like these broad generalizations, they end up missing like most of the story, and they send people down really mind-fucked paths that don't accurately describe the world, and then it leaves them ill-suited to succeed in the world. That's my problem.
Well, I mean, look, in a perfect world, that might actually be a reality. But we don't live in a perfect world.
What was that thing?
And I refuse to believe that we can circumvent hundreds of thousands of years of bioevolution with what, less than 100 years of a certain ideology? Like,
all those years of evolution, are they really? I mean, I don't know. Obviously, men and women are different, but it's not going to make them fundamentally different to where women are followers and men are leaders. I mean, it's such a crazy line to draw there.
So the entire civilization has gotten it wrong up until 50 years ago. Now all of a sudden, the new age way of thinking is the way we're supposed to do things.
I don't know when you say like gotten it wrong. I mean, like, if you want to talk about do you believe like in the nuclear family?
Yes.
Like, that's a really new concept. Hundreds of thousands of years of bioevolution is us living like together as like groups of people, like hunting for berries and like chasing animals down. Like, that's what hundreds of thousands of years of bioevolution have gotten us.
But that's what built up to it. That's what built up to it.
Okay, well then fine. Then I could just use your same argument and say, well, that's building up to this then.
Oh,
that's a good point. But the problem with that is you can't really come from that position, because the way we are starting to do things now,
he had to agree with that because he just made the same point.
The freaking opposite. And are we getting the results that we got with the previous?
Fuck, I don't know what to put on these people. Okay, let's see.
Well,
are we getting good results now?
Because with respect to what?
As far as the interaction between men and women, the way I see it, when I look around at the interaction between men and women, there's something terribly wrong going on right now.
Well, and for
one, they've done studies that have proven not only women, but people in general are the most unhappy that they've ever been in the history of the world. Specifically women.
That's true. But
they've done numerous studies
on
this.
About the internet, I think. But
so if this new age way of us doing things, this new progressive way, because I'm a if it ain't broke, don't fix it type of guy. If this new age way of doing things is so freaking awesome,
Yes, you're conservative. You
why
know. If it ain't broke,
is
don't
everybody
fix it.
so miserable? Why do the
Never-
men have
never
such a high
improve
depression
society.
rate, a high deletion rate? Why are the women going to bed with a glass of wine? Why is everybody so unhappy? When we have more, we have the most, we live better today than we've ever lived in the history of the world, as far as, you know, our homes, as far as our the food that we can get, and everything else. Our quality of life is way better than it was in the 1920s or the 1950s, but we're the most unhappy. What's the reason for that?
Okay. I think these are all really good questions. But I just want you to think of like what you're saying. People are unhappy. We live better than we've ever lived before, but we're still miserable. Why is everybody so miserable? Our quality of life is better, but we're still miserable. Why are we so unhappy? We are the most unhappy we've ever been, okay? The framing on all of this is that it seems like all of us have problems right now. It's not just a man versus woman thing. It's not just something happening on the male side or the female side. It seems like there is something that is pushing people in a miserable direction. Now, I have my thoughts and ideas on that. I think a lot of it has to do with the internet, and especially cell phones. I think the way that we engage with all of that stuff is destroying our fucking minds. We're putting screens in front of people at like 3 years old and like ADHDing the fuck out of them before they've even stepped foot inside of a classroom. I think that we are like watching more content, like scrolling our phones constantly, that's like destroying our brain's ability to get like happiness and enjoyment out of like normal things in life. I think that we have a really hard time seeing people in real life because we're replacing all of our real life connections with online Discord group chats and everything. I think that these are all like really good things to talk about and understand, but when all of this gets shoehorned into like, well, the reason why we're so miserable is because we've stepped away from like traditional like boy-girl relationships or whatever. I feel like now, instead of talking about all of that other stuff that I think is having a negative impact on all of us, we get hyper fixated on some really silly man versus woman gender dynamic when there are issues that are facing every single person in society today that's making all of us fucking miserable. That's my issue, I guess.
Damn.
Well, I don't disagree with any of that, but I'll add one caveat. It's not that it's just about the gender roles, but that is part of it. That's part of it. We can look. I can sit here all day and we can talk about the negative impact of social media, the negative impact of putting a freaking screen in a 2-year-old's face, the negative impact of every new age thing that we have that has given us information overload. We can talk about that all day, but we can't ignore the fact that when you start playing with the gender roles in any society, and this has been studied over and over, this is not the first time we've had a society or a civilization where we began to play with the gender roles and it wreaked havoc. It caused problems with us, because that is something that is part of us, regardless. In fact, you even did it yesterday. When we were having that discussion, you know, that was heightened discussion, but towards the end of that discussion, you said, well, who's going to watch the kid if he's out working? And you said a woman. Now, why would you say a woman unless you still have gender roles burned into your brain?
He was referring to his point in that moment.
Okay,
Not
I'm not
saying
here
women
to
should
say
be the
that
one.
all gender roles should be abolished, right? So in the beginning part of this conversation, I made the argument that there are differences between men and women that leave them suited towards other things, right? That's why I said that women seem to be excelling in classroom environments. I think yesterday you asked me the question: if every man were to disappear from the planet, things would fall apart. If every woman were to disappear from the planet, things would carry on as normal, which isn't true. But like,
Yeah,
Well, no,
it's
I
so
didn't.
dumb.
or maybe not carry on as normal, but society would still function or something, right?
Let me correct that. No,
Okay,
what
go
I
for it.
said is
Yeah,
that, look,
better
this is what I
correct that.
said. I said, if women took a day off, not if they disappeared. I don't want to live in a world with no women. So let's just go ahead and get that clear. If
Yeah.
they took a day off from their jobs, and the reason why I say that is because women tend to stay away from a lot of the heavy lifting jobs. A lot of the jobs that are, I mean, sure, you'll find a woman that's an airline pilot. You'll find a woman that wants to do construction, but that is few and far between. If the men decided one day to just take a day off, the guys that work at nuclear power plants, the guys that fly planes, the guys that pick up our trash, the guys that do all of the things that make our world run, it would cause a serious problem. That's what I see.
Sure. So what we're saying is like men do backbone of society jobs and women do complementary work, basically, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah, but I think the important thing to recognize about that is the backbone jobs don't work without that complementary work. That's kind of what I'm saying, right? Like, let's say that a man, and this is why I used the family example yesterday, but it doesn't have to be a family example, it could be anything. But if men are off doing this backbone work, then you need somebody to take care of families. The only way that a man can go and do that work is if somebody can empower him to do it by staying home and taking care of, say, children, right? That's why I use that example. That even if men are doing the backbone work, they can only do it because of the complementary job that exists where women are allowing it to happen, essentially. It's like having a supervisor for a restaurant. The supervisor isn't cooking and bussing tables in the front, but like the employees wouldn't be able to manage themselves without somebody kind of like working things in the back. I don't mean to say that like women lead men. I'm just saying that the roles complement each other.
Well, here's the thing about that, which I didn't get to say yesterday. Number one, my position is not that men can be totally independent of women. That's not my position. Human beings are interdependent. We're all dependent upon each other. However, when you start looking at the dynamic of men and how men operate, it is extremely plausible that a man can go out here in the world, be successful without the support of a woman. Now, if you look at it as a whole, then yeah, you might be able to make a few points where it's like, oh, well, women do this job or that job, and that job might be beneficial or whatever to what the men are doing. But the job, a lot of those complementary jobs that women are doing, men could do. Okay, women just recently, you said something about the nuclear family recently, right?
Oh,
just recently, a new thing, which it is a new thing, right?
There we go.
I would argue that it probably, well, I'm not going to go into that. That being a new thing,
Yeah,
another new thing is
These
women
less defensible arguments.
being in the workforce. That's fairly new.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. That's one of the ways that I think when I talk about women evolving, I think that's one of the things that's happened.
Okay, so guess what? Up to that point, we still had a functioning society. Up to that point, the world still spun. Up to that point, we were still able to.
But women didn't have rights, buddy.
To get awesome inventions that have improved the human
condition.
Yeah,
but post women entering the workforce, our world is better now in a lot of ways than it was 80 years ago. Yeah.
Our world is better now because it's naturally progressing. But how many impactful inventions have we had since we moved into this age of let's promote women? How many inventions have we had?
This guy's argument is women are slowing down technological advancement by being in the workforce.
The printing press, the steam engine.
Really?
I mean, like the microprocessor and the cell phone and the internet are probably two of the biggest inventions in human history, I would say.
You just got through saying that the cell phone is what's causing the biggest problems. It's making us unhappy.
Sure, things can be used in bad ways. I mean, gunpowder was an amazing invention too, but it's mainly used to kill people. Are you asking me what the amazing inventions are? Or are you asking me the ones that make everybody feel better, right? Cell phones and computer architecture and the internet are like the biggest things that have accelerated everything in the world, like probably more than any other invention in human history, more than
obviously there's negative side effects of the internet that we need to figure out, but the internet's still an insane technology. It allows fucking humanity, knowledge, everything to progress in insane amounts. I don't know what this guy's even trying to say at this point.
Okay. Nobody's disagreeing with that.
Well, sure, but you asked me, like, were there any big inventions since the cotton gin or whatever, now
like
that we
have
women in the workplace?
No.
Like, dude, we have fucking AI
the inventions that we have
fucking
now
Google and shit
that have been as impactful.
Sure, and I would argue that like cell phones and the internet have been some of the most impactful things.
Yeah, I mean, what
ever in all of human history.
They've made an impact, but I wouldn't say the most impactful. There's no way that is as impactful, because if you look at
fucking
the reason
way.
why I say
wait, where are you from? Where do you live?
Where do I live?
Yeah,
I live in North Carolina.
Okay, I'm in Miami. I'm talking to you in real time. Both of us can see each other's videos.
Literally.
So there's like 10 or 20,000 people, and there's going to be hundreds of thousands of more that watch on a YouTube channel later on. That type of reach
awesome.
but that type of reach and communication, dude, the printing press would never.
Yeah, the printing press, this guy.
That's awesome. But look, here's the thing. When you have the printing press, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got the printing press. Cool. Now we can have books that are printed identically. We don't have to worry about people tampering with books, tampering with their information, right? However, the same way that somebody could use the printing press negatively, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would argue that, yes, the way we can communicate is awesome. We can reach a lot of people. But guess what? Any idiot can get up here and fire up a freaking live stream and just give the whole world a bunch of misinformation.
Fucking itch.
Right or wrong. And then people will sit there and watch it because, like you said earlier, you got 2-year-olds that's got a screen in front of their face, right?
Mm-hmm.
But a 2-year-old, if you wrote a book that was an extremely negative book, like, I'm not gonna say that guy's name, but if you wrote a book that was extremely negative, you don't have to worry about. You could put it in front of a 2-year-old. He's not gonna be able to read it like that or even comprehend it. But if somebody's sitting up there on YouTube saying something crazy, and your kid, parents are not paying attention, and the kid is watching it, that's an extremely negative impact. So the reason why, when I'm saying impactful, I mean impactful in a way that is more beneficial to human society than negative. That's what I'm saying.
Do you think that the internet or cell phones have been more negative than positive?
It's part of the reason we're having so many difficulties right now.
Sure, I mean, it might be part of it, but I mean, like, the more impactful and powerful the invention, the more good and the more bad it can do, right? Like nuclear research, gives us amazing reactors that can produce a lot of energy relatively cleanly, and it also gives us atomic weapons that could maybe end the entire world, right? And I feel like cell phones and the internet are similar. I'm 34. You seem like an older guy, maybe, or like around my age, or maybe a little older. But like, I remember growing up, like if you asked somebody a question about anything, you had to pull out the fucking Encyclopedia Britannica to like look up an answer. And now you have like the world's information is at your fingertips. That's an unbelievably
literally
crazy advance in technology, right? Like that's the.
But don't you think that I actually liked reading my Encyclopedia Britannicas? Don't you think that's a little more organic? Don't you think that it's more valuable when you actually have to search for the knowledge as opposed to someone just Googling it?
It's the same thing. It's just more efficient.
Sure if it's accurate.
Maybe it could be, or there might be a lot of people that just don't do the search at all because they either don't have the books. Because if you had one of those sets of Encyclopedia Britannicas, you're paying like a lot of money for a good set of them. And then a lot of people
arguing
not
that looking up things in encyclopedia is better than the internet.
Not to like go too deep into this, but just circling back, like. Because you asked me what are like really impactful things. There have been really impactful things. We landed on the moon. We've got nuclear weapons. We've got the internet. I agree that these things can be good or bad. I'm just saying that they're impactful. It's like when Time chooses a person of the year. Like sometimes it's a really bad person. Sometimes it's a good person. There's people that are impactful. When I look at like the big differences that women have right now compared to like 30 years ago, or maybe 60, 70 years ago, the two big things that have changed for women are like college and work, and then reproduction. I think those are like the two huge. Those are like 95% of what has changed women, and then like 5% can be like Instagram, social media, Kim Kardashian, whatever. But I think those two things have been huge because it's allowed women to put off having children by using birth control or whatever.
I don't know. I don't agree with that. I would say the social media factor has changed men and women, and just I guess us dramatically. The 10%, the 5% thing compared to like the reproduction and the rights and stuff. I mean, that's obviously way more back on the internet, but I don't know.
Independently from men, they don't have to marry somebody to find a job. And when I look at these two things, I don't think these things are going away. We're not getting rid of birth control, and we're not removing women from work or from school. So given that, and at Red Pill I say this all the time, right? We can't think of an idealized world. We've got to look at the world we live in. If that's the world we live in, then I don't think it's enough to tell men that you should just be a top 1%er. And then you're going to get a woman, right? You have to find a way to adapt to the world we're in, where women have changed significantly in the past 30 or 40 years. So that's why I talk from that frame of reference. Women are educated. Women do have birth control. So if you want to get a woman, you've got to work harder for it now. Whereas in the past, all you had to do was like just actually work a job, and you'd be basically guaranteed a wife.
Well, no, it's not. To me, and this is just my opinion. This is not going to be popular with everybody, but in my opinion, it's not about the men being top 1%ers. It's not even about taking away what women already have. Like, you can't put the cat back in the bag. That's not going to happen. My thing is, it's about carrying on a tradition of what works. I feel like in this day and age, we're just on this mission to dismantle everything that came before us, even if it worked.
I mean, So I don't necessarily disagree with you. So progressives or people really far on the left have a habit of wanting to dismantle everything without asking why it was the way that it was, right? So you'll have people on the left saying things like, oh, like gender roles are all fake, but it's like, okay, well, we've had like 10,000 years of them. Like, are they really that fake? So I agree with you that there are some traditions that, even if we don't carry them on, we at least need to understand like where they came from. But the world is changing. Even the way that our traditions, show themselves in society changes. And I think that if you don't want to get left behind by the world, like you have to change along with it. Like some things are probably here to stay. Like some type of gendered dynamic in society. Like men and women are different. We're never going to be the exact same. That's never going to happen. But some things will change pretty dramatically, like maybe the way some of those gender roles play out or how dating plays out, and you either adapt or die. And that is the only thing you can do, because like you said before, it's not going back in the box of women not having reproductive rights and of women not
Fuck, I didn't mean to click pass.
That's not going to change. So you have to figure out a way moving forward as a man, I think.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. While we're in this country,
no, don't kill him.
and the men in this country, the men in the West, are practicing this sort of new age of enlightenment. Would you say that men of other countries are doing the same, or would you say that they're pretty much sticking to the traditional construct of what a man is?
I think the West got here first, but I think other countries are slowly starting to go through the same processes that we did. Like, we're just the trailblazers, but they're definitely following suit. So like if you go to like the Middle East, the men are going to be quite a bit more traditional. But, like even in Saudi Arabia, as of a few years ago, women can drive. If you go to really, older countries or places where the roles are a lot older, you're going to find pretty traditional men. But you'll find that like their birth rates are dropping off. They're not having a ton of children because they're not all dying, to dysentery or some random shit. You will find that like the rest of the world is slowly following in our footsteps, and that seems to be a trend that's not going to change anywhere. Like I don't know any place that's like we are super successful and we have stuck with our traditional roles and nothing has changed. Like all the most successful countries have been moving in this direction, and I can't think of any like counter examples to that.
Well, the thing about it is there are countries that, I'm pretty sure you pay attention to politics. There are countries that have made it a point to make for certain that they don't have certain things on their television shows, and they don't have certain literature and things of that nature. What I see, in my personal opinion, I see China, I see Russia, I see India making it a point to make sure that they continue to raise traditional men. And when I say traditional men,
India and
I mean
China, really?
More,
I don't think men in China,
for
are
lack
really
of a better phrase,
I don't really know that
the
much.
John Wayne, no nonsense type of guy. And I believe that they're doing that so that they can actually build stronger militaries. So I'll pose the question to you that I asked the guy last night that came onto my show. Do you think that the 18-year-olds of our country would be able to storm the beaches of Normandy today?
If they had to, I think you can. I feel like the
People always
circumstances
adapt to
create
the
the people to
environment,
some
but-
extent. I think that when you think of like an average
That's what you just
18-year-old
said, fuck.
today, you think of a guy with blue hair that's like crying on a college campus because he got triggered by something or some shit, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure like a lot of people think that, but I think that like if our country were under legitimate threat, or if we had to go and like fight somewhere, like we could do it, right? I mean, like compare, for instance, like Russia's invasion into Ukraine, which has been a disaster for Russia. Compare that to our invasion into Iraq. Now, whether you agreed or disagreed with that invasion, okay, I'm pretty sure fucking Saddam was gone in like 2 fucking weeks. So like we can say like, yeah, like, okay, well,
No comment.
okay, sure. But we can say that like, okay, well, our people are weak, but like when our military has to do shit, like shit gets done like very fucking quickly. And a lot of that is on the backs of like technological improvement and the sophistication of our military today. Like we don't need, I mean, like in a way, that's a good example you bring up, because like we don't need people to storm a beach and run in and just get mowed down by machine guns anymore. Like the world has evolved. I don't know if you watch like that combat footage subreddit, but Jesus Christ, people are fucking flying around drones today, just like dropping grenades onto people and killing them. Like it's insane how much the technology has changed for all of that. I think that when you look at places like China and India, I had a guy talk to me about this recently because he got really mad because somebody brought up a similar point. They're like, oh no, China is very traditional. I think that when you are stuck in like a very developing area and all you can do is like eat, sleep, work, and that's all you've got, then yeah, you're not going to have many like people aren't going to be talking about like, you know, transgender people when they're just trying to fucking survive, right? You're not going to see marches for LGBT rights in you know, in fucking in places where the people are struggling just to get enough food on the table. I agree with you there. But as places in India and China have gotten more successful, as their median incomes have grown, there is a lot of social dissatisfaction in some of these places, whether it's pushing for more gay people to be represented in areas, or whether it's pushing for, right now it's usually representation of government, but there's like this hierarchy of stuff that you push for, where like if you're developing, you're fighting for like, I need fucking food and water. Then it's like, I need good job opportunities. Then it's like, I
It's
need
all about the Maslow's hierarchy of
government.
needs
I don't want to
type
live in a
shit.
fucking authoritarian regime. And then once you've got that shit out of the way, then it's like, okay, I think that women should have more rights. I want to talk about LGBT issues. But like when you're still working on that like foundational shit, yeah, you're not going to see much in the terms of like what we fight about for social issues in the West, right? But I mean, to some extent, that I think that's a marker of our progress. Like in some ways, it's really annoying when somebody goes on Twitter and they're like, I encountered a lot of sexism today because like somebody called me a bitch. But in other ways, it's actually really cool because it's like, okay, cool. Well, you in your mind, really bad sexism is somebody calling you a bitch. That's a mark of progress, in my opinion, because it means there's a whole bunch more sexism that you're not experiencing that people in the past did.
Well, I'm a traditional guy, so I'm not really into the progressive stuff and all of that, because I feel like when we get to the point where we allow like human beings having a imagination is awesome, but I feel like sometimes we've become so successful. It's kind of like what Bane said in The Dark Knight. Success has defeated us. Like, I feel like we start going into, when you start looking at intersectionalism, which I don't want to get into a huge debate about that, you know, because I don't want to get I guess canceled. But when you look at intersectionalism, the reason why there's so much conflict
This
there,
guy doesn't even know what
the
intersectionalism
reason why
means.
there's so much
Fucking hell.
conflict in this country when you have these discussions and these debates and stuff is because we're starting to get off into the weeds with certain ideas and certain ideologies. And it would be one thing if people lived their lives and didn't try to force their lifestyle or force their ideology onto everyone. But that's exactly what we live in nowadays. In fact, we live in a society now where if you're a traditional person, if you believe in certain things, like let's say for argument's sake that you're a religious person, let's say that you're a Christian, let's say that you believe in the nuclear family, let's say that you
Then you're the one trying to
believe
force that
in
on other
just
people.
being a regular guy with a regular wife and children, you're under attack today by all of the people that are like, oh, you're old-fashioned and that's not progressive and we have to be understanding of this group and that group. You're literally under attack. Like most men that are traditional men are constantly getting a finger wagged in their face. That's the reason why the whole red pill concept
Come on.
you know, the manosphere, whether it's the white one or the black one, that's the entire reason it exists, because men feel that they're being marginalized, ostracized from society, and treated like they're just innately toxic, and that's wrong.
So
I don't think anyone's saying they're innately toxic.
again, there are a lot of things that you're agreeing with, or that you're saying that I agree with. I just don't think that they're that gendered. When you talk about like getting off into the weeds with certain ideologies and attacking people for not believing in the right things, I think we do have a big problem with that today in society. I think a lot of it comes from the left kind of having their thumbs on a lot of the levers of cultural power, but I just don't think it's like a gendered thing. That's like a political, ideologically driven thing. Now, when you talk about like men are traditional men and they're getting fingers wagged in their faces, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's happening. I feel like people mix up a lot of the toxic aspects of red pill shit with like traditional things. If you're a good guy, you're working a good job, you go to church, and you're looking for like a traditional partner, you've got your shit handled.
Nobody's caring about
nobody's
that.
wagging their finger at you.
People
in
are
fact, because I've talked to a lot of conservative women, I think conservative women are dying to find men like that.
People are usually just intolerant of the intolerance. And then that's not forcing your ideology on someone by saying gay people can get married, right? It's kind of the opposite way by saying they can't.
But oftentimes, one of the biggest complaints that I hear, and I know men have the loudest voices online, so you hear about like all the whores and sluts and blah, blah, blah. When I talk to traditional women or conservative women, their complaints are always like, I have no fucking idea where you can ever find a good conservative man. They don't exist. It's a bunch of schizoid young men that sit in their basements, play computer games all day, and fantasize about like having a harem of 50 women they fuck, like the guys on Fresh and Fit tell them
That's
to do.
not
right?
me.
Like I don't feel like places in the manosphere are producing these factories of like good, positive, solid young men that are like good conservative men, because their engagement with religion is really bad. Look at fucking I don't want to go down that whole Andrew Tate road if you don't want to, but like Andrew Tate coming out as Islamic after fucking running a casino and a cam business. It's like the two biggest, most
So
haram fucking
funny.
things you can do in Islam, right? Or like a lot of these guys saying we need to embrace more like Christian values while telling you to have one-ended open relationships where you're fucking younger and younger women every year. Like I don't think that these are the centers of society that are going to be creating the like the traditional conservative man of tomorrow. It's just like the new marketing ploy that's being sold, and then all these guys that are falling into this shit. I call it OnlyFans for men, because it's just like it's rotting and destroying their minds, thinking that or leading them into thinking they're going to be something that they're never going to be, and it's not preparing them for the future in a way that I think a conservative person would be.
Well, I can't really speak for the whole space, but I do know that the vast majority of the guys that watch my show on a regular basis are those traditional type guys. Now, granted, a lot of them are already married, a lot of them are already in relationships, but what they find is when here's the issue that they find. Let me break it down for you. What's happening is when they go out into the world
He's gonna
and
break it down
attempt
for
to
him.
live a traditional life, they're constantly being told, these guys are constantly, meeting barriers, trying to live a traditional life. Now, when they go out here, I don't know where these conservative, traditional women that you're talking about are. I don't know where they congregate, but these are the complaints that guys give to me, that they have so much difficulty finding these type of women, especially in Black culture. In Black culture, we have an issue where there's this culture of promiscuity. There's this culture of the slut walk and all of those different type of things, where every single woman they encounter is part of the sexual revolution. So they're gonna be a little more free sexually, and that's a nice way of putting it. So when these guys are out here actually looking for marriageable women, they're coming up short. They can't find any, because part of the new age way of thinking is that women should be able to do the things that men have traditionally done. And the sad part is,
women are
whenever
people
you hear that,
can have
it's
rights and do the
always
same things as
women
men.
taking the most negative things of men and then touting that as empowerment. This is what the guys are encountering on a regular basis, where the women, they want to do the same things, they want to have the same equality as men, which is fine, but they don't want the same accountability, the same responsibility. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, if you're willing to be in the right, have you heard of this? I know you've heard the saying. Have you heard of the saying, dress for the job that you want?
Yeah.
Yeah. The idea is like, you should carry yourself through life like you're where you want to be, because that's how you're going to find that place, essentially, right? I'll hear people say this, like, I don't know where to find conservative women. And then you like ask them, well, where are you looking? And they're like, well, I've tried Tinder, I've gone on Bumble, I've gone on Hinge. And it's like, okay, do you go to a church? Like, do you have a community of like conservative friends? Have you been involved in any political or community organizing? Because like, especially in the Black community, right? Like, women are like the backbones of all of these things. And if you're looking for conservative people and you're in those areas, you'll find them there. But I feel like people aren't setting themselves up in a conservative lifestyle. Like, if you tell me you're looking for a conservative woman and you're not part of your local church, like, Jesus, that's like the number one place to start, right? Because these are where, off of churches, are where all of your community building activities are going to stem from. Every church has a bulletin board where people are doing things. A lot of churches are involved in like community outreach. You can volunteer. You meet a ton of people this way. But people aren't willing to go out and look for it. Yeah, but I feel like in terms of that type of advice, I never hear red pillars talking about that. It's always like, the sexual marketplace and high value men are these things you have to do to exploit the dynamics of the evolutionary psychology of women so that you can fuck as many women as possible, and that's why you're gonna be 1%. And like that's the message I hear over and over and over and over and over again. Rather than like look up your local archdiocese, start going to your church every Sunday, and when church ends, everybody's chatting with each other because that's what they do. Sometimes the priest or whatever will come out and talk to people, and you just like talk to people and you meet friends that way. Like that's how you organically grow out a group of friends. But I don't hear that advice ever in the manosphere. I never hear that.
I hate the reason why you never hear that in the manosphere is because the biggest hoes usually go to church.
What?
They're usually the most promiscuous. They're usually the most trifling. Like guys wish it was that easy. They could just go to church and find a good wholesome girl at church. They can't. That's
so
usually
if you can't find
where
him
the
at
worst
church, where
ones
the fuck
are
are you
at.
gonna find him at?
On average, do you think the women in church are going to be more promiscuous, or like women that are like at a bar or a club?
Bro, they do the same thing.
So every woman everywhere, there are no more conservative women.
They're twerking. They're twerking in church.
They're twerking in church? What the fuck is this guy talking about?
The majority of the men don't even go to church anymore. They've checked out, and the reason why they checked out is because
they're twerking in church.
Going on in the
What
church.
the fuck?
You got the Baptist preacher actually having sex with women in the congregation. You've got women actually twerking in church. You've got the single mothers sitting on the front pew of the
most
church.
Progressive church ever.
The church, especially in the black community, I can't speak for the white community, but in the black community, the church is lost, bro. It's done.
Where are all of these single moms coming from?
Where are they coming from?
Yeah.
Well,
if the church is fucked because it's all like single moms and people like, it seems like it takes two to tango, right? Like it can't just be all on black women,
well,
right?
Actually, no, it does. Actually, no, it doesn't take two to tango, and the reason why is because what's going on in the black community is you have a large group of women that are actually having sex with multiple men, having children with multiple men. You actually have twice as many women in the black community have children as the men. Twice as many.
Yeah, but why is that? There are some cities where there's like 3 black women for every 1 man that's not in jail, right? Like I mean, like depending on the city that you live in, the availability for some of these black women to even find a guy, the competition is fierce.
There's a number of factors. The competition is very fierce, and there's a number of reasons for that. Number one, we have a small percentage of the population, black women.
Kind of conceded that
last
point
time I checked,
outnumbered
the men by about 3 or 4 million, something crazy like that. Part of the reason is because of Planned Parenthood. In our community, they actually go to Planned Parenthood to the tune of 367,000 per year. That's 1,000 every day. So that already right there, you have a lower population of just black people in general due to that. In addition to that, there has been an issue with mass incarceration thanks to good old Joe Biden with the 94 crime bill. So you have a lot of brothers that are locked up. So that diminishes the amount of black men as well. In addition to that, you have the cultural problem of black women not being very easy to get along with and not being easy to cohabitate with. So you have black men who seek relationships outside of the black race, outside of the country. With the passport bros, with SYSBM, all of those different things. So then you end up with an even lower amount. And what happens is you have black women out here that are more prone to deal with what people call the Pookies and the Ray Rays, and they'll go out here and they'll have kids, they'll have children with 1, 2, maybe even 3 different men. And the reason why that is because it's been incentivized by our government, unfortunately. A lot of these women are doing that in order to supplement their lifestyle with welfare, food stamps, child support, all of those different things. There's a bunch of different factors that weigh into that.
Okay, for whatever we want to blame black women for this, black men are just as culpable, right? We can complain about the mass incarceration from the 93 crime bill all we want, but Joe Biden doesn't make somebody sell weed. Joe Biden doesn't make somebody carry an unregistered firearm. Joe Biden doesn't make somebody a gangbanger. Like, these are choices that are still being made, that are being made by black men that fuck over black women in the community. And I think that the cultural problems stem from a lot of the kind of like dysfunction that goes back and forth there. I don't think it's fair to blame black women on everything. Like, we can talk about like food stamps and welfare and all that too, but that exists for black people and white people and every other type of person in the United States. But it seems like the black community has like a special problem with it, right?
Well, hold on. No, when we're talking about that, there are things that are very specific. Okay, one book written by what is her name? Elizabeth Hinton, who I think went to Yale. I think she's a professor in African American studies at either Yale or I think Yale, if I'm not mistaken. She wrote From the War on Poverty to the War on Crime. And she pointed out through her research, right after you get the 65 Voters' Rights Act, you actually have a overhauling of the criminal justice system where they started policing urban areas more heavily. This is right after the Industrial Revolution, where you have black people migrating into the urban centers. You have them policing them more heavily. Okay, you actually have what is the equivalent of today billions of dollars funneled into that criminal program. I forgot the name of it, but the purpose was to create probation officers, all of these different things to create a revolving door in the criminal justice system, which has affected the black community significantly. So yeah, it's wrong for any black man to go out here and commit crimes and do things that he doesn't have any business. But it has been historically proven over and over again that black men have been disproportionately targeted by the criminal justice system, especially with particular crimes.
I mean, that's obviously
when you
true,
have certain narcotics that black men get a harsher sentence for, whereas other groups of men might get a slap on the wrist, or even worse when it comes to unaliving somebody. More often than not, when a white guy goes to jail for unaliving somebody, they end up getting a manslaughter charge as opposed to second degree or whatever degree or whatever. Now, I'm not trying to play the victim Olympics. I'm just stating the facts. Like, any of this can be looked up. The research is out there. Yeah, so it's not just not just that black men are just like, oh, we're gonna go to prison or whatever. Like, right around the time that they overhauled the welfare program in 65 and 66, you see a rise in single parent households. You had a number of things that occurred that affect that. You had the emergence of the prison industrial complex. You're just coming out of the Vietnam War, which a lot of black men lost their lives to that. And now you have this welfare program where if you have a man in the house, one of the stipulations is you don't qualify for those particular things, which is unfortunate because during that time you had a really serious problem with poverty. So there's a number of factors that play into all of that.
So to preface this, I just will comment as a small jab. I think it's funny that you're citing a woman who is a historian who went to Yale. So historians are important, right?
That is funny. That's hilarious.
Yeah, sure. That book, America on Fire, I think, or the Poverty One or whatever, right?
But
regardless of that, everything you said might be true, but none of that is black women's fault. I just don't think it's fair to blame black women. Like, you can't blame black women for men being incarcerated. When police are policing these areas, black men are the ones that are engaging in the crime. The black women aren't. And I guess it just feels a little shitty to blame black women when at the end of the day, they're the ones that get saddled with all of the community responsibility. They've got to be the backbone of like all these families, of all these churches, of all these things that are like the only way these communities function are on the backs of these like single black women moms. And then say
black women are carrying the
and then for black men to turn around and say, well, we got policed really heavily, and so we got caught selling drugs, and that's why you guys are all single moms, and that's why your lives are fucked up. But it's black women's fault for everything that happens in the black community. I think there's a lot of fault that could be evenly doled out to both sides. Is what I'd say. I wouldn't blame black women for it.
Okay, here's the thing with this. All right, there is so much nuance in all of that.
Mm-hmm.
One, you have a lot of guys that were caught selling drugs that weren't selling drugs. Okay, you have a lot of guys that had issues where they got pulled over and surprised there's drugs in the car. Where did that
Maybe
come
true
from?
in some.
Okay,
It's
so that's one
missing
thing.
the broader
There's
point that
nuance
he's
like
making,
that. Doesn't happen all the time,
Dude,
but it
just-
does happen. All right.
It's not that hard
Then
to
on
agree
top
with
of
what
that,
he's
when you're
saying.
talking about it's not the black women's fault. Black women are willing participants in a system that they actually know for a fact is disproportionately prejudiced to their group of men. Okay, they know
The fuck
this.
are they supposed to do
This is
about
not
that?
a game. They go to these offices knowing that they can actually take advantage of this system by, oh, I'm in a relationship with a black man who ain't hitting on nothing and don't want to work and blah blah blah, all of those different things.
That's probably
So
true though.
we can't ignore that. We can't ignore that. Now, to sit here and say, oh, it's all black women's fault. I never said it was all black women's fault. But there is a large percentage of black women who have been incentivized to have children out of wedlock. They've been incentivized to
Bro,
utilize
no
a
one
system
wants
that
to
they know
have children out
benefits
of
them.
wedlock. It's like they're
And they do this
incentivized.
on a regular basis.
Okay, just as a
Just
quick,
on a regular basis.
I mean,
do
I
you
get
really believe that
obviously
there's
the
like
environmental things are going to create those outcomes. Like that's what he means by incentivized. But I don't.
people out there that are like, I want to have a kid so I get welfare?
Yes.
Yeah,
I don't
see,
believe
no,
it. I
fuck
know
no.
it. I don't believe it. I
Nobody's
know it.
Why do
fucking
okay? Why
bringing
do
a
I
whole
didn't
ass
know my
child
coach.
into the world
why do
for
black
welfare.
women do this, but not white women or Indian women or Asian women or other people?
Well, I don't know if white women do this or not. A lot of white women
Come
on welfare too.
on.
I can't speak for white women because I'm not part of that. I'm not part of that culture, but I know what I grew up around. I've heard the conversations amongst women. I've heard the things that they've said. One of the issues that I point out in my show, which is a real issue during the time where Gen Xers were younger and you had the boomer parents, you had this switch like you talked about earlier where the women started going into the workforce more and going to get their education more. Well, one of the things that happened is a lot of the boomer women would use their daughters to help them with the housework. So when mom goes off to work or whatever, her daughter is helping raise the siblings. And what I've had a lot of women
But it would be
tell
better
me,
just to
a
not
lot
have
of
kids
black
in the
women
first
tell me, and
place.
I know it's anecdotal.
No one's
but I've had a lot of
purposely
women
having
tell me
kids
one
to
of
get
their
them to do
escapes
fucking chores
was
for
to
them.
have sex, have a child with a guy, because then she can get Section 8 or she can get public housing, and now she can move out and get the hell away from her mama's house where her mother's forcing her to cook, clean, and do all of the housework.
It's just a random anecdote, but I don't
And they
see
feel
how
like
this is.
slaves.
I would
get
have to
that.
like, I would,
Oh,
I hate to be like
Yeah.
a nerd and be like, we should look up the
Yeah.
stats, but like, people don't. This, like, there might be some people that do this, but like, single moms don't live glorious lives. Like, it sucks. Being a single mom sucks.
Nobody
You can
wants
get all
to
the
do
fucking
that.
welfare in the world, but nobody's
I didn't
living like
say-
a queen on Section 8 housing.
But
right?
I didn't.
No, but I'm just saying, I don't think people are choosing like, oh, like I'm gonna finally move out of my mom's house by having a kid and getting welfare. I don't think people are
What
making
the
choices like that. I think it
fuck
might
is that?
happen, and then people collect welfare
No,
afterwards.
No, they actually are, because you don't. Here's the thing, because this is what you're not getting. It's not a choice that they're making because it's the best choice in the sense that when I do this, I'm gonna have an awesome life. You're already dealing with a group of people who are already at the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder.
If this was true, why do black women do abortions more than any other group of people? Shouldn't they be having the most children then to take advantage of all the welfare?
Because there's numerous reasons for that too. For one,
it's always a reason.
you have some women that genuinely don't really want to have
They
kids.
really-
They like the party lifestyle.
This conversation needs to be more focused in on like what is the core fundamental of what we're talking about. They've just gone. Destiny's letting this guy go on and control the conversation and go into all these. Now they're talking about whether black women are intentionally having kids to get welfare. Like, dude, the fuck is this right now? Okay.
But the ones that do, they want to have those kids by a specific guy. Okay? Because some guys are going to bring more benefits than others. Okay? When it comes to child support, there are chicks out here in the black community, they'll get pregnant by a guy. If a chick gets pregnant by a guy that just enlisted in the military, she's not deleting that baby. It ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen because she knows that's
deleting
definite child
baby.
support. And look, this is not something that everybody talks about in polite society, but it's something that goes on a regular basis. I know this for a fact. I've had these experiences. Numerous men that I know have had these experiences. When I talked about this the other night on my show, there was a guy, Adam, that was telling me that, well, that's not true. I don't believe that. And then I literally had a black woman come onto my show and say, yes, her family has even told her to do that because she's in her 20s. She doesn't have any children. And at one point she needed a place to stay or whatever. And she said that the women in her family was basically scolding her. You need to go out here and find a guy that you don't really like that.
So in his little niche red pill YouTube community, where you have this insane ideology, he's obviously going to find other people who share in this very niche, similar beliefs. And then you find one person to support. Like, look at data. What is this weird anecdotes? Like, I would bet any money that there's no real data supporting people are going out of their way and intentionally having kids to take advantage of government programs. Nobody is making that decision. Nobody wants that responsibility unless they're ready for it. I mean, like, it might happen in niche circumstances, or in some circumstances people will choose to not to get an abortion if they might get child support or something like that. But this argument, it doesn't seem to map onto reality in my eyes, but I don't know.
Get pregnant by them so that you can get all of the benefits that we get. They do this. I know it sounds crazy, but they do this. This is one of the things that the men in my culture have been constantly complaining about, and it's being treated like we're delusional.
Well, I don't know. I mean, to complain about it as a guy, you use birth control, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the smart guys out here. Look, if you look at black guys out here, the smart guys. They're not out here getting a bunch of women pregnant. They're not.
Well, but how are they getting pregnant?
Because there's literally 3 guys in Tennessee right now that have a total of 86 children by 34 different women.
Bro.
There are guys out here that have 10 children by 5 different women. There are guys out here, like, when you look at
such a small minority of
CDC
people.
stats. When it comes to the deadbeat dads, that actually represents a small percentage of the black male population. It's about 8%, right? So what's happening is you have a number of women that are basically having children with multiple guys, but it's a very small percentage of the male population. It's not all of us. So what's happening is you end up with these guys out here, and I can't name how many times I've heard this, and it's crazy. I didn't even know it was a reality. I myself only have 3 children by 1 woman, right? So you have these guys out here that'll be like, yeah, my dad had 19 kids.
Why? Okay, then if women are choosing, if black women are choosing to get pregnant for the welfare and all that shit and child support, none of these women are getting child support.
Yeah, these single black moms that have, like, fucking all just. I mean,
there's one guy knocking up like 30 fucking women, right? So why would they even do this? Why would they make these choices?
Because the way that system is structured, right? Even if you can't extract child support out of the guy, right? There are still numerous programs that you can get. I know a woman that had, I think she has like 10 children. Habitat for Humanity gave her a house.
Fuck.
Yeah, but do you think that's norm? But that's not the norm, right?
Obviously not.
It's not the norm.
That people are getting free houses for having
not.
kids in black communities?
Come on, dude.
No, I don't think so.
That's not the norm? Okay. Look.
Well, here, I'm curious.
Bro, he just repeats, that's not the norm? Like, no, it's not. The fuck are you talking about the norm?
If we, and I'm not trying to, like, I need, like, 52.8%. I don't need, like, an exact stat. But, like, how many women do you think in the black community that get pregnant? How many of them, like, roughly, what percentage of them are just, like, looking for a welfare check? Like, just so I get an idea of, like, where you think the scale is.
Oh, God.
I could tell you how many are pregnant out of wedlock, which I think is a little above 70-some percent. But so far as their motive, that would be a little harder to pin down. Because I'm not saying that all of them. What I'm saying is that is a cultural trend. And the reason why it's a trend is because you have women that will school their daughters to do that.
Yeah, I guess I'm just scared because, like, I'm sure it's happened. I'm not gonna tell you it's never happened, But I'm just curious, like, where you think, like, do you think this is like 2%
I
of
don't
the
think it's a
community, which would be
trend,
pretty fucked
though.
up, or do you think it's like 50% of the community that's like super fucked up? Like, yeah, I'm just curious what you think like the number is, and then I'll do research on it later. I'll try to look it up, I guess.
I've literally never thought about, because
He's never thought about where the
where would
actual
you get a
data
census
shows.
for
Wow.
that?
Well, yeah,
gonna
but the
admit
issue is that, like, yeah, I guess the issue is that you're content to blame, or it feels like it. Maybe I'm getting a bad rating, you correct me, but it feels like you're content to blame the majority of the black community's problems on black women. But then you're relying on a lot of, like, I know a woman that told me this, I've got a friend that's done that, like, and it's like, okay, but how do you know that this is representative of the black community as a whole? Or how do you know that, like, in different towns or cities, like, this is how it works everywhere? Like, it seems like numbers or census data on that would be pretty important.
Yeah, you think?
The reason why I know it is because every single time there's an issue with Section 8. Right now, recently, they just had an issue with Section 8 where a lot of the landlords in Atlanta have stopped taking Section 8. So guess what? Black women are all across social media crying about it.
Well, but what does that show? I mean, like, if you genuinely need the assistance, of course you're going to cry about it, right?
But no, it's not. It's some that genuinely need the assistance, but it's a lot that continue to live on it. These are people that live on the system the majority of their life. They're not using it in the sense that they're supposed to use it for, where, oh, I'm down bad, I have some issues, let me use this so that I can get on my feet. They're not doing that. What they're doing is they're looking and finding loopholes to continue to be on that system perpetually. That's the problem.
If you
Nobody
have a
wants
kid,
to be
you're going to be on the
perpetually
system.
like
if you're a
that,
single
but-
mom, of course you will be, right? You're not
If
going to
you're
try to, like,
stuck
get
in
out of,
that
like,
shit, I
Section
mean,
8 housing or
sometimes you
assistance
can't
for your child,
fucking
or a single mom,
rise
your kid
above.
turns like 3 years old, right? I don't know. I don't see that, like, I don't see, like, single moms looking for assistance from the government as like a negative thing.
Here's the thing. Hold on 1 second. I got my guy Patriarchy here. I'm gonna bring him up. I didn't just want to bring him up and have you feel like I'm ambushing you or whatever, but
Yeah, knock yourself out.
I know he wanted to get a piece of the conversation.
What's going on,
Patriarchy,
man?
what's
What's
going
going
on,
on, man? Let me ask you a question, right? Destiny, you said you can't blame, I guess, the failures on the black community on black women. Is that what you said? Can you refresh that for me?
Yeah,
or
I don't
what?
think you can't like blame all the failures of the black community on black women. I don't think that's fair.
What about
Obviously.
blaming the majority?
I don't think that's fair either, especially when it comes
Why
to
not?
child making, because it takes two to tango. It's men and women.
Correct, right? But the thing is, if you're telling me that in certain parts of the world, as you said, they outnumber men 3-1, why would you not then at least, I'm not saying blaming is going to do anything, but why would you not say that there's some responsibility for what it is that they're doing?
Responsibility
Also,
for
because
Because the
everyone.
question, wait, let me just answer that. Because the question is, why do they outnumber men 3-1? It's because a lot of the guys are getting locked up.
Okay, and I think that that is the man's fault as well,
Sure.
right? But in general, even outside of the men that are being locked up, there's 1 million more black women than there are black men, right? And in your earlier statements, you said that they were the backbone of the community. If you have a backbone of a community and the community is failing, then I think you have some ability to place responsibility on what you said that backbone was.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, they're not the backbone because women want to be the leaders of the black community. But that's essentially what's happened in a
Really?
lot of these communities.
Tell that to the squad that women don't want to be
The
the leaders of
squad?
the black community. It looks, as you said before, they're doing better in school. They're certainly making all the steps to become
Yeah,
those
they
leaders.
do because they have to, because black men have failed them.
Okay.
Because
I
black
agree.
men are looking back to legislation from 30 years ago saying Biden put drugs
Really?
in my car, I had to carry a gun. Like, all of these communities that are being policed have just as well, like we said earlier, there's more black
Yeah.
women than black men in these communities. Black women aren't selling
Correct.
drugs. Black women aren't killing each other in the streets. Black women aren't, getting fucked with drugs like Biden made them to do it.
Well,
So
they-
to say
they-
that,
they
like,
do-
black women are the fault because
Yeah.
they're the backbones of these communities that are really rough to manage because black men have, like, fallen on themselves so much. I just think it's fair to say that, like, well, the problem is black women because they have to step up to try to manage these communities.
But it's, as you said before, it takes 2 to tango. So if you're why don't you share responsibility in that blame? I don't disagree with you, right? I personally think Biden's crime bill was very effective in terms of lowering crime. But what I'm saying is that if I go to a community and you make up the majority voter base, right? Also, another reason why I think that the blame should be at least somewhat at somebody's feet is because who's consuming most of that welfare spending?
Yeah, well, it would make sense that black women are because black men run from their families, right? So of course.
No,
but also real quick, when you say, I just want to be really clear. Wait, you can answer that, and I just want to be really quick. I'm not going to say black women are blameless. I'm just saying that the responsibility should be shared. It's probably a 50-50 thing. Because for every black man that stepped on a black woman after getting her pregnant, there's a black woman that fucked a black dude before getting married or deciding to use birth control, right? So I think there's equal blame there. But I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that it's like most of it goes on black women. I said there's like 50-50 shared responsibility.
Here's the thing. No, because you said something. We gotta clear that up. Black men do not run from their families. That is a total misnomer. And that is
it's kind of true though.
That is something that has been pushed for a very long time, and it is not accurate. As I stated before, when you go back to the 70s, you start to see black men leaving the households for numerous reasons. It wasn't just because they just decided, oh, you know what, I don't want to be a father. That's not true. They actually came out with a study, and the CDC numbers disproved that. So let's
wait. CDC numbers disproved what? The black household having single moms is not like a myth.
No, I didn't say that. What I'm talking about is nowadays black fathers are actually in their children's lives more than any other demographic, even if they're not in the household. So
no,
if we're talking
come on,
about,
that's not true.
Go look it up.
I have looked it up. I know exactly
CDC.
I know exactly the
CDC.
fucking PDF. Yeah, what they do is they do a whole bunch of like really clever number games to basically try to say that. I remember reading this thing, the truth about black fatherhood, and then it goes into stereotypes of black fathers. What they try to say is that like of the fathers that are absent in their child's lives, black fathers tend to be more involved than the other people that are uninvolved in their children's lives. But as a whole, for like whose fathers are more involved in their children's lives, the black community is the worst. Now, of the ones that are uninvolved, maybe the uninvolved, or maybe the black fathers that are out of the household are a bit better than like the white and the Asian and Indian and the Indian fathers that are out of the household. But as a whole, well, wait, hold on. You can't tell me that like it's so wait, real quick. Let me just finish real quick. You can't tell me in one breath that I look around and I see all women are having children because I've got two friends that told me this for welfare, and then in the next breath say, well, I'm going to cite this like very esoteric analysis to prove that black men are just as involved with their children as everybody else, when everybody in the United States knows that's not true.
Yes, I can, because look, okay, first of all, what everybody in the United States knows is true is a whole other story, especially considering the fact that you have an entire media system that has spent the past 70 years dogging black men, which is another reason why we're talking so much shit nowadays. This is the whole reason that channels like mine exist, to speak truth to power and tell what's really going on, as opposed to the narrative that's being pushed that black men are just sorry. First and foremost, it doesn't matter how many women are on welfare. It does not mean that the fathers are not in their lives. I was in my child's life, and my kid's mother still went and got welfare. So that's not true.
Who cares?
I do think that when you're talking about fathers running out, right? I do think that you're not really taking note of the court system, and they really don't have a choice when 90% of custody is going to be awarded to the woman.
Yeah, but that's because the women are the ones taking care of the kids. Black fathers, because we
How do you know that?
Hold on. So let me just clearly state it. So you guys think that black fathers are being kept out of their child's lives because of the courts?
I think there are some. Right?
Okay, wait, hold on. Some, when you say some, like 40% or 1%? I need you to quantify that for me.
Well, I can quantify that 90% of custody is awarded to women.
Okay, and I can quantify that less than 48% of black women get child support because their baby daddies don't even pay it. So I'm asking you, when we have an epidemic of single mother black families, do you think that most of those black men are being kept out because of custody arguments with judges?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
That's delusional. That's delusional.
It's literally delusional.
But when you look at the when you literally have a system that will award a woman custody 90% of the time, you can't say every single time it was the man that didn't want to be there. The men don't have a choice when you know if you go into something you're going to lose 90% of the time.
The reason why women are awarded custody most of the time is because women are usually the ones taking care of the kids.
It's by choice?
That's not true.
That's not true at all.
Of course. Wait, hold on. You're telling me. Let me hear that. You think that men and women in the black community take care of children at home equally? That it's just as likely for the woman to work or the man to work, and both of them are just as likely to
come on.
take care of the
Okay,
children.
What I'm saying is that the
Okay,
court
wait.
system.
Let me say this. First of all, the women are not taking care of the children. Most of these children are wards of the state. They may as well be. The state is taking care of those children. The food stamps is feeding them. Section 8 in public housing is putting a roof over their head.
Because there's no
These women
men
are not doing
feeding
anything
them
except presiding
or
over
providing
these
for
children.
them.
Not to mention the fact that there's
the
an
women can't do
epidemic
it
in the
all.
black community of children being abused. And if you go look up the stat on that, the majority of the time that they're being abused is when they're in the custody of their mothers. I just recently did a story about a mother who literally deleted her child, and when the police arrested her for it, she confessed. The reason why I did it is because she loved her daddy more. Literally,
That's
she
just some
confessed.
random
It's
crazy
not even
story,
my-
though.
This is not even
All
my
this guy has is
opinion.
anecdotes.
I can't argue with like the stories you give me. Like I can give you one story for every other story that you've got. I can't argue with that. If you think the majority of black men aren't in their households with their children because of like judges, I don't like. You could never give that. No, there's no stat. There's no way you could ever spread. That's just an insane.
What I can do is I can look at where custody is being awarded. I can look at where the welfare money is being distributed, right? I can look at, so for example, even what you said earlier about women getting houses, I can look up something as simple as Section 8 vouchers. You're making it seem like these women are just, that they just had to do this hard job of taking care of their child. If it wasn't for Section 8 welfare, food stamps, and a court system, you don't know what would happen.
Well, yeah, because working and taking care of a kid at the same time is not possible. You need help. You can't do that as a single parent. So when you say, where is the welfare money going? Probably going to the people that have the child, which is going to be the mothers, of course. But Section 8 and food stamps is not...
Who's giving the mother the child?
I mean, both of them are, right?
We just said that the court system 90% of the time gives the child to who?
Why do you think 90% of the time the mother is getting the child?
Because I think our court system has a bias towards giving children to women and ruling against men.
So I just want to hear this so it can be stated, because it's ridiculous. You think that at least 50% of those black men would have fought to keep their children over the mom. You think that?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know.
He has to answer that for the argument, but it's so wrong.
Hold on a second. If those black men would have been
Yeah, I just say yes to that.
daddy government to get Section 8 welfare, food stamps, WIC, PPP loans, tax write-offs, or whatever, right? Look, anybody can take care of a kid if you give them all that stuff. And then when you have the court system ruling that you're going to get the child 90% of the time, the men are automatically from the rip eliminated.
Okay, so how do you square this away? And maybe you don't agree with the Anchorman who said this, or maybe the Anchorman wants to amend a statement.
Yeah.
How do you square this away with the fact that it's only like a few black men are knocking up like 50 women? Like you're telling me those men, if it's only a few men that are fucking over all of the women giving the babies, are those guys just trying to find a kid that they can eventually keep, or what's going on there? Would that guy want to keep every child, or what?
No, those are the deadbeats. That's why I cited that stat, 8%. Those are the deadbeat guys. No guy of any value is going to try.
Let me say something. The difference is, right, that those men don't get handouts from the government and sympathy from people such as yourself when they do those things.
Wait, but you could.
But when women, so you're telling me there's a massive amount, those men get, the type of men that do that get Section 8 as much as women?
If you have a child, isn't the Section 8 qualification only based on income? And then you also get the same tax write-off. You get the same.
Look at how it's being distributed.
No, you can't ask me how it's being distributed, because if more women are single moms than more dad are single dads, then of course more women are getting Section 8. Of course.
Who gives the child to the mom?
The moms are taking care of it. How many of these guys have left before the kid is even born?
How do you know that? How can you quantify that?
We can literally look up numbers.
Go ahead, quantify how many dads leave don't put their name on the birth certificate, versus how many men. We literally can find the data for men that lose custody of their children in court. Show me the data of men that leave their child at the hospital.
Okay, I can try to find this, but it's going to take me a little bit because I don't have this number like offhand. But I can try to find it. But why do black men have this unique problem, and all these same welfare systems exist for white people, for Indian people, for Asian people as well?
Why do black men have this unique problem? Did you really ask that
Well,
question?
number one, I do think so. Hold on a second. I will yield a couple points to what Destiny's talking about in terms of crime, right? I
Yeah.
do think that there is a culture of crime that is present, right? But I do think that when you're, it kind of is a chicken and egg conversation. I think that when you're raised in a single mom household, that it kind of it's a cycle, right? That's what I honestly think. So I do see what he's saying in terms of crime, but at the same time, it's not like the court system. It's not like if a black father out there wants his child, that the courts, even if the mom is strung out, that the courts are going to do everything to make sure that that black father is able to have his kid.
Well, here's the reality. These are the numbers when it comes to, well, not the numbers, but this is the reality when it comes to black families. When you have black families, when there is a structured black family where you have the father and the mother, the child is way more likely to succeed and not get in any trouble and things of that nature. Also, if the child is awarded, if the father is awarded custody of the child and he's being raised by a single father, he's less likely to get into trouble. The only time we see black men growing up and getting into a lot of trouble is when they're single mother raised. Now, the reason why this is, in my personal opinion, because I can't really quantify it, is because the women of today are not really taking the time to actually teach those children. They're actually zoning out. They have the children in the household running buck wild. They go outside, they run buck wild, and they're not really playing a heavy role in those children's lives. So that's what's going on culturally.
Yeah, but the question is who's. I'm sorry, I'm trying to look at this number. So here, this is like, because I've never looked at like this particular data before, but listed someone here. Apparently, 32% of black newborns have no father listed on the birth certificate. Now this is just one. This is just Cook County, Illinois, but damn,
That's one part.
that is one part. Do you have any numbers on how many black fathers are listed on the birth certificate?
I know that I have numbers on how many children are awarded custody to their mother.
Yeah, but that's not. That doesn't mean.
That doesn't
And
mean
still, I still have
anything.
90%. You have 30%.
Yeah, but you don't know why the number is 90%. That's the whole part of that conversation.
And you don't
Yeah,
know
that
why
doesn't
that
mean
number's 30%.
anything.
Well, is it because they're
Maybe
all
the mom told him the wrong hospital. I mean,
Come
you
on!
both could make up numbers.
Come on, the wrong hospital.
I can't think of many reasons why somebody wouldn't be on a birth certificate. If you can't, well, maybe the father dies. I don't know. That'd be a reason to give off. I can't think of many reasons why. If you can think of something, that's fine. Plus,
I can't think of a reason. Hold on a second. I can't think of a reason why 90% of custody should be awarded to women.
okay, I can
think
give you a
that-
ton of reasons right
Because
now
the
because women tend to be
fucking
primary caregivers for children.
aren't
Courts tend to
raising the
prioritize the
kids.
well-being of the child, and a lot of fathers that fuck a woman might just end up leaving completely. So there's like
How
barely
do you
even.
know the last one?
How do I know that fathers are more likely to leave mothers than mothers leave?
Yeah, how do you know that in the with the night with something that is
With-
that
with-
radical with 90% to 10%, right? How do you know that every single one of those was a father that just did not want to be there? Okay, so if it's 90%, how do you know if even half of those were a father that just did not want to be in the child's life?
I don't know I don't know what the exact numbers are. If you're going to tell me that some men fight custody battles and they
And
should
lose.
win, but they lose because of a gender bias, that probably happens for sure. But when you look at a number like 90-10, that's not all sexism. A lot of that is going to be people awarded to mothers because the mother is the primary caregiver in that situation. I don't even know if the 90% figure is accurate. By the way, I'm trying to find a number on
I think
that.
it's
but-
like last time I checked,
look,
90%. I'm
look.
rounding up, but I think it's
Look.
like
He's
88 or
rounding
89.
up.
To be
If
honest
you want to know,
I'm rounding up.
if you want to know where the 90% comes from, it's very simple. There are a lot of practices that go on in the court system that are still reminiscent of the past. It's still archaic. Okay, it's no different than the freaking marriage license. It's no different than any of that. We're still operating under the presumption that women are going to be better caregivers. That's the main reason. They automatically assume that when two people separate, the woman is going to remain in the house and the man is going to leave the house. So the court system does not want to uproot the child out of the house that they're used to living in and put them in another house.
Sure.
That's the reason.
So here,
for that.
like
Now, hold on. Let me say this. For the 32%, that are not on the birth certificates, there's a few things that could be. One, the main reason is they could not know who the damn father is. That's one of the reasons. One of the reasons is you got so much promiscuity because here's the thing. when it comes to black culture specifically, there are two things that are being promoted in our music, which has a huge effect on our culture, which is for the guys, gang culture, crime, drug dealing is constantly promoted. For the girls, promiscuity, acting like thoughts, that is constantly promoted. So when you have that going on, you have more young boys that are more prone to go out here and be part of gangs because they want to be part of something, or to go out here and sell drugs because they may have grown up with a mom that didn't have any money. And the other part of this is women tend to, when they're single mothers, they tend to look at their sons as a meal ticket. Oh, he's going to grow up and go do this, or he's going to go out and go do this and help with the household because that's the little man of the house, right? So you got that going on. On the flip side of that, you got the girls growing up, going out here, getting into the party lifestyle, all of that different stuff, getting pregnant. Sometimes they don't even know who the damn father is. Why do you think you had the emergence of these goofy shows back in the 90s where you are not the father, all of that goofy stuff? There's a lot of stuff that factors into that.
Okay, so nothing you told me can be proven, right? There's no number, there's no data. It's just like your stories. I could try to find stuff. I'm just digging around to see. But like, so here's a couple of things that I found, right? This is talking specifically about like that 90% figure.
Yeah.
That the certain men's rights groups have made the claim, and now the fucking page. Certain men's rights groups have made this claim. It seems obvious enough, given that it's that Chicago Tribune thing that I linked. It seems this fucking dog shit ass fucking thing. Hold on one second.
All right.
It's giving
Still
me.
don't know what an NFT is, but we got you.
It's all right. I could tell. If you need me to tell you what an NFT is, I can
That's
explain.
that's my favorite episode with him, the NFT.
Jesus. Okay.
That was funny.
Certain men's rights groups have repeatedly made this claim, okay, that mothers have an automatic advantage in custody cases. It seems obvious enough given that more than 90% of the children of divorced and single parents live with their mothers. But there's more to that statistic than meets the eye. Most divorcing or single fathers, roughly 90%, never ask for custody. In contested divorce and parentage custody cases, however, the father wins 60% of the time. So if that's true, that completely blows up your entire narrative.
Would you like me to ask? Would you like me to answer why that is?
Yeah, let me see that.
Because I can tell you why that is if you really want to know.
Yeah, because usually they don't go to court because they don't have the funds or whatnot. But go ahead.
They don't. Here's
Wait,
the
and
thing.
And single moms do have the funds to go to court?
Here's the thing. No, wait a minute. Here's the thing.
Maybe.
Because I had this issue when I first got on YouTube in 2015. There was a guy that I used to deal with that would actually help guys go to court. And the problem he kept encountering is most guys did not want to go to court to fight for custody because they believed they would automatically lose.
But 60% win. Most fathers win when they contest.
Know that.
Then that is another fault of black men. That's more black men.
They were literally saying the courts were biased against men a second ago, and now he's saying the 60% of men who do contest win. And he's like, I know that. That's why I encourage him to go. But the entire argument before was that the black men are not actually dipping out on the fucking single mothers. It's that the courts are biased against them. So which one is it?
Men problems if they don't know that then.
Wait, hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not their fault that they don't understand or educate themselves on what they can do in the court system. But you have to realize, for black men culturally, the court is a place where they believe they're always going to lose. Okay, that's just a cultural
That's probably
thing.
true, but
all right, we can't get around that. Now,
there's no way to get around that. Come on.
No way to get around
No, I'm
that.
saying we can't get around the fact that is a cultural thing they believe. Now, I constantly tell guys on my channel that you can go to court and win, and there are a lot of guys in the space that we're talking about who have went to court and won custody of their children. But most guys do not believe that they can do it. They believe that that's going to be a hard fight. In addition to the fact that the court system plays a lot of dirty tricks. A prime example is when a woman first goes to get child support. She goes to the court. She signs a affidavit. This affidavit states clearly that she has not received a single dollar from the named father, whoever she names as the father. She's saying that she's never seen a dollar from him. He's never given any support. Now, that initial court date, if the father is able to go to that court date and prove that he's given some money, then he'll win that case. that because she signed the affidavit. The problem is they don't serve fathers on that initial court date. And I know this because I went through it. You don't even know about that court date. If you're lucky enough to know about that court date, you can go and fight it. But what happens is you don't get served by a process server for that court date. Half the time, these fathers don't even know they're on child support until one day they look at their check and money's missing. And they're like, what's going on? Then they contact the child support division to find out what's going on. And it's like,
my paycheck's getting garnished? I'm supposed to be paying child support for the kid I abandoned? Oh, where did this come from?
like, oh, you owe child support. Then they give them then they say, okay, well, when did this happen? Oh, well, you
okay, hold on. I'm trying to. This sounds like completely not true because of my personal experience with legal. Hold on, wait, real quick, because I'm just looking this up. So this is saying that like when you're doing like custody battles, you are right that the court won't serve the person, but that's because it's your responsibility. If you like, you're not going to have your wages garnished for child support when you were never served anything. There's no possible way that's true. And this is saying here that if the other parent is not served within 120 days, your complaint will be dismissed and you'll have to start all over.
You don't even know. Hold on. See, you don't know because you didn't go through it. Okay.
I can't argue against your story. I can only go by like what's true. What I can see, like you.
Number one. Wait a minute. Number one. Here's the reality.
It's always about here's the reality. My friend told me this thing, so
you owe child support. You'll get served, but the initial court date, you rarely ever get served those papers. They will not track you down, is what I'm saying. They will not track you down for you to come to that initial court date. And the reality is, this has happened to me a couple of times because I kept having the same issue where I'm like, okay, I'm taking care of my children, but then she goes to the court to do whatever. I don't get the initial paperwork. Then when I go to court, I have to explain this to the judge. I did not get the initial
here, real quick,
paperwork.
because we don't need the whole process explained. So I just want to understand this. You're telling me that you could have two people living together, everything is chill. One person could sneak off to court. They could file for sole custody, go back home to the other parent, and months and everything could pass, and that whole process can be done without service ever being given to the party whose custody is being contested.
Yeah, like what is that delusion?
Yes, you can look. Here's the thing: they have what is called a TANF check, right?
I don't believe that for a second.
A woman can go and she can apply for a TANF check, and the reason why she's applying for this check is she's saying, "I don't know who the father of my child is," right? Or the father of my child is not around. I don't know where he's at, right? So they say, okay, we'll give you this
I'm trying to like
check.
research this online. Everything is saying the opposite. Can anybody find like a source for this? Because I can't. I can't find anything of this. This sounds wild to me.
Is the equivalent of child support, and that money is stacked against the father in arrears. Now, that once that year is up, that check literally stops and it converts into a child support case. He's never went to court. There are dudes that are in households with women that went and did this because they didn't know any better. And now the guy that is living in the house with the woman owes child support to the woman that's in the same household as him.
I'm just trying to find like any like external thing. I'm just curious on this.
Yo, the court system is screwed up, bro. When it comes to child support, it is screwed up and it is biased.
Can I just address one of the articles Destiny put in the chat or the private chat?
Yeah.
I think it was the Chicago Tribune. He was talking about the 60% of the time, the fathers, if they fight, they win. It mentions here that some of that 60% is a goal for the fathers are most likely to seek custody when the mother is egregiously unfit or dysfunctional.
Yeah.
And then it leads on to, after that, many of the other cases result from the mother's financial inability to support the child.
Wait, either I'm lagging or he's
lagging.
Of course, I can't understand.
Related to the father's.
You have to repeat it.
Which part? This last part?
Yeah,
you're going in.
Don't kill him.
So it says.
You were wrong because I just read it too. Yeah, you're wrong, Destiny.
What am I wrong on?
You're wrong for citing this, right? It's saying that the 60% is accounted by. That comes from people that are already married. In contested divorce custody cases, the father wins 60% of the time. We're not talking about cases where they're married.
No. The other comparison thing was uncontested. If 90% of children of divorced single parents are living with their moms, and that's all uncontested because the dad never asked. Well, then of course that has nothing to do with the courts, though. That just goes to show that 90% of the time the children wanted to live with the mom, and the mom wanted to have the children.
One.
The point that you just made from this Chicago Tribune thing was that women were awarded, or men were awarded custody 60% of the time. Those are from divorce cases. Those are from cases where people have already been married. So you're ruling out and if we're talking about the black community, you're ruling out a lot of those children that were born out of wedlock, which we know is the majority.
Hold on, even what you're saying is not true. If you read the sentence, it says in contested divorce and parentage custody cases. It's accounting for, that's divorce and parentage cases. So those are two.
Okay. So,
but my problem with this article though is that it'll try. I didn't finish saying. It says many of the other cases result from the mother's financial inability to support the child, then it leads to say, of course, that often is closely related to the father's failure to pay child support. So even when the mother has an inability to support the child, it's still the man to blame. And did you know, Destiny, if a man doesn't pay child support, he could go to jail? And we're talking about men who can't pay child support, right? So now they can't pay child support because they literally don't have the money most of the time, and then they get sent to jail, and then they don't have the money anymore. Like a lot of these stuff happen, get caught up in the system that we can say is just on the men. They need to step up. But if you get put on child support where you don't even know you are on it, and now you don't want to pay it or you can't pay it, and you end up going to jail for something like this, like that's a little bit of nuance that you won't ever talk about.
Well, hold on. First, wait. Hold on. We can't have like 3 fucking people bouncing back and forth. I can't respond to anything. Okay. So firstly, let's read this entire thing. Okay. Some of that 60% is accounted for by the fact that the fathers are most likely to seek custody when the mother is egregiously unfit or dysfunctional. This says some, so that implies less than 50%. Okay. So it's not just when the mother is fucking egregiously unfit or dysfunctional. Okay. When you talk about like going to jail for not paying child support that you didn't even know that you owed, I've been through the child support process because me and my kid's mom are separated and I wanted to do everything by the courts. My understanding from my personal experience is that both sides have to be served papers. You can't, when you go to a court to file when the father is known, now if the father is unknown or something, that might be a different process, but when the father is known and you are seeking a relief from that person, when you go to file those papers, service has to be given to the other member of that complaint. It'll be listed on the paper, like for the county clerk to like file the paperwork. Pretty sure both people to be involved. Now there might be some like extra cases where that is not the case. I'm Googling like crazy to try to find it, but every single thing that I'm seeing is saying you must serve papers. You have to serve papers. That you're not just gonna wake up one day and have a child support order against you and like, holy fuck, I didn't even go to court for this ever. I've never seen that ever.
It says you have to serve papers, but is that, look, there's a difference between service, right? One version of serving papers is delivering it, but another version is you got to sign for it. Okay, what I've noticed is that initial case, they went on with the case without me signing anything. Now after that, when I had subsequent cases, I had to sign for the service. I had to sign for the paperwork.
Oh shit.
Okay, so I don't know what jurisdiction you're in, but in different jurisdictions they do things differently, right? Everybody knows different jurisdictions have different.
I live in Florida now. I know what Florida law is, and I was in Nebraska. I've had people serve me papers before. Service to me has required acknowledgement. Now I could be wrong, and if somebody links me or whatever, I'll be like, okay, it's different here, because it might be. I don't know the law everywhere. I agree with that 100%. But I would be surprised. You're telling me there are states where legal service can be dropping something off in a mailbox, and that's like service? I've served you papers? Because this is why, like in movies and shows and everything, somebody will find you at work with like, hey, here you go, you've been served, like you have these papers.
Yeah, but if you notice, look, I don't know what's going on. Like I have an issue with it because I feel like service means that I should be signing for something. But every single time that has happened to me, and I'm not the only guy, I've had other guys tell me the same thing, that initial court date, the one where they could actually contest it, they didn't get service. They didn't even know until after they owed it. And it's crazy because what happens, just like Sway just said, you know, when you don't know or you actually get locked up for it, whatever, you're not really locked up for child support, you're locked up for failing to adhere to a court order, right? That's the loophole because they're not supposed to be locking you up for owing child support.
Yeah, in California, you have to do. I mean, like, if something happened to you, maybe you missed it, or maybe something happened, or I can't speak to your personal story, but like in every state I'm looking up, like according to the judicial branch of California, the party who chooses to begin the legal process must notify the other and must do so through the service of papers. Within the context of child custody, the parent seeking custody has to serve copies of their filed paperwork to the other parent. Like, I don't think you can just like say like, oh, I served them and now they're garnished and now they're getting locked up for child support.
We're dealing with the court system. And when you're dealing with the court system, there's a whole lot of loopholes that are used for numerous purposes. And like Patriarchy said a second ago, it is biased in favor of the women.
I don't believe any of this. If you guys want to,
he said it's biased towards women, but he also agreed that men actually win the court cases, and 60% of the time that they actually contest.
Be something, whatever, that's fine. But we can't just keep saying it's biased. This is my story. Yeah, go for it. Okay.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
The link that you just, so I'm gonna post something right now.
Mm-hmm.
What year did that article come out that you posted from the Chicago Tribune?
From 94.
1994. Okay, I have something right here that is a little bit more recent. So I will say this, right? What I'm saying right now is still 60% awarded to women. When I said 90%, I made a mistake. I was thinking about child support payments, right? Like 90% of child support payments, 90% of alimony goes to women. Sometimes I get that confused. But right here, it's still saying the overwhelming majority, and this is 2018, the overwhelming majority, and I posted two, the overwhelming majority is still going to women. And that's more recent than 1994.
Don't kill him, don't kill him. Oh. It's gonna hurt.
Sure, but now the question is, are these in contested custody battles, or is this just on who's asking for custody, right? Well, I can actually, I'll just click through and I can check. Hold on.
Because I posted one, I think, before too.
See, I came up here because I mean, we can get into the whole, custody and child support system and all that. But I mean, if we're going to talk about single mothers and absentee fathers, is there no choice behind having a child?
Yeah, there is. There's a choice for men and women. That's why I'm saying I wouldn't just blame black women. There's an attack on both sides there, I think. Also, just real quick, so this thing doesn't talk about like in custody fights. This could just be
the census. I just posted the census one because I want to go direct to the primary source.
Yeah, sure. I clicked through to this too, but just real quick, there's like 19 pages. I can scroll through and look, but like it's gonna take me a sec. But like because I control left in this, I tried to find contested, control F contested, and this doesn't look like it's talking about contested custody. This is just talking about where do the children tend to live.
But it doesn't talk about where it's awarded. Let me look through it myself. Hold on.
So I bring that up because Destiny, I don't know if you are very hip to what goes on in the black community. I don't expect you to be, but as a common narrative, even before I was born, that I don't need a man and I can do all bad by myself. I can raise a kid by myself. I don't need a man to raise a child. There are videos from early as the 60s to the 80s to the 90s to the early 2000s that show multiple times black women saying, I don't need a man in my life to raise these kids.
Yeah, but where did that come from?
Their grandmothers.
And why? Because black men were getting locked up. Because
kill him with the support tank.
Black men were killing each other in the streets, right? Yeah. So.
What the fuck? I killed the boss just for everyone to die.
It's not surprising.
This comes before that.
Black women weren't saying this in the 50s. Black women were saying this in the 50s and 60s.
They were saying these in the 60s. This started in the 60s. This came very, very prevalent in the 60s. This started before the whole crack epidemic and everything that the narrative behind black men. We are always the guinea pigs when anything happens in America. And breaking up the family homes was clear, shows you the outcomes in the black community. I tell my girlfriend this all the time. As much as y'all preach this strong, independent, I could do bad by myself, look at the black community and see where we're at. As much as y'all think you can, the outcomes you get as to when women rebel against their men in totality and say they can do all bad by themselves, they don't need a man to raise a child, you get a bunch of degenerate children who are either strippers or in jail, or like you try to say, some drug addicts that don't do shit.
I mean, you can point to black women all you want, but like, what are the black men doing?
I'm not complaining. I'm just stating. I'm just stating reality.
I'm not going to sit here and say there's no responsibility on black women to be more careful about who they open their legs for, right? I agree with that 100%. right? But we can't. You can't turn a blind eye to black crime, to black drug dealing. You can't turn a blind eye to black successful people that get big in certain communities and then propagate a culture that is destructive to other black men, right? And those are black men leading those types of cultural norms as well. So I just
nobody's. I don't think
nobody's blameless.
Here,
but my question is, who's being kept alive by the state more? Who's taking more from the state?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't
Why
know the
does
answer
it
to
even
that.
matter?
Wait. Well, the question is, what costs more, welfare for a black child or the amount of money we pay every year to incarcerate a black man? I don't know what the answer to that is. Do you?
Well,
no,
I mean,
even
actually,
if you
want
to make money off of incarcerating black men, it's not. They're not. We're not paying. You got to realize we now have privatized prisons. So privatized prisons actually get paid to incarcerate people. They actually get paid so much every day for every single day that you have an inmate in that prison. So it's not
but
us.
The government is getting cost money, not the
we're paying for these prisons. We're not paying for these
Okay,
prisons.
well, first of all, what you just described is we are paying for those prisons, right? The government has to pay other companies
That's
to
what
do
I
it because
just said,
it's not profitable. It might be profitable for that company, but overall it's a drain. That's why the money has to come from the government to do it. But also, private prisons are less than 10% of all the prisoners in the country. Right? Private prisons are like this huge thing that's like housing everybody. It's like 8% of people are housed in private prisons.
You said 8%?
Yeah, and we're losing money on that.
You got a stat for that? You got a source for that?
Yep, right here. I think it's almost right at the top. 26 states and federal governments incarcerated 99,704 people in private prisons in 2020, representing 8% of the total state and federal prison population.
Put that in the back chat for me.
The thing, I get what you're saying. I just think that you should blame the people for blame one group for what it is that they're doing, right? So I don't disagree with you talking about blaming black men for dealing drugs and committing violence, but at the same time, right, to go back to your original statement, you said black women were the backbone of the community, right?
Yeah.
You said that they outnumber black men 3 to 1
in some
right?
communities. Yeah.
In some communities, but in general, right, there's a lot more black women than they are black men. How is that backbone doing?
Well, considering women are approaching black men in income, I mean, that's one thing. Black women are outgraduating black men, right?
Okay.
I mean, like, it seems like they're trying, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you they're doing great because that's not a great position to be in. The broad here's just, I think you're misunderstanding me. I'm not here to shit on black men, okay? Like, for every issue that I brought up with black men, why are they selling drugs? Why are they killing each other? Why are they doing these things? It's because the lot in life they've been given goes back to fucking slavery. Fuck. There's a whole bunch of shit. Okay, you can disagree if you want, but black families don't live in certain.
Nothing to do with Dylan Doe.
Okay, that's fine. You disagree with that, but I'm a liberal SJW Blue Harris, so this is what I believe, right? That even through fucking Jim Crow and before the Civil Rights Act, where your grandparents were allowed to live, what part of the city you could have a house in, all of this shit. What?
Were they dealing dope?
No, but they were getting fucked by anybody that could fuck them, right?
Here's the thing. Hold on.
Wait, let me just make my point, okay? I'm just saying that, like, I understand why the issues in the black community that exist for men exist, and I'm not going to sit here and say fuck them for that. But while I'm acknowledging that, I'm also going to acknowledge the issues for black women as well, right? When black women are like, oh, I don't need a baby daddy, I can do this shit on my own, fuck black men, blah 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 blah. Well, that's a response to black men. The same way that black men not trusting cops is a response to cops fucking over black men. Black women not trusting black men is going to be in response to black men fucking over black women. I think we have to understand at the end of the day, like, everybody's reacting.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, go.
But with all of that, then you can't have a problem with the red pill then, because if you are saying that you understand the relationship dynamics between certain groups of people, you understand that black men are apprehensive to police officers and women are apprehensive to men. Why is it when men create a space for themselves where they're naming all the negative things that women have done to be aware of these things, why then is it an issue?
Because when you get into, any good leader or successful person knows that putting yourself in a victim mindset of blaming and looking at everybody else for doing wrong things is never going to propel you forward. What you have to do is you got to look at, what can I do to take accountability? What can I do to further, like, my situation in life, right? And that's all you can do. And the constant pitting forth of, like, men and women against each other, like, at the end of the day, regardless of how black men treat black women or black women treat black men and women want to be together, just like white men and women want to be together, and Asian women and men want to be, like, everybody wants to date people that look like them or in their communities. That's what we all want at the end of the day.
But nobody.
Making it really adversarial, I just think, like, it fucks everybody. It makes it hard for everybody.
But here's
hold
the
on
thing.
A second. You said this on Fresh and Fit. You said an adversary, right? They are adversarial because that's what comes when women come into certain places that were historically designed for men. You said that men need to do more than have a paycheck, right? Okay, so when you are now getting a paycheck as well, when we have to compete with each other in school, when we have to compete with each other in the workplace, when we have to compete with each other socially, that makes you a competitor, which
You
makes
compete
you
with
an
other
adversary.
men, you can still be friends with them.
It's you
But
can
here's
be,
the-
there's a difference between competing in some ways and being adversarial, right? Like
What is the definition of an adversary?
But here's the thing, though. Here's the
Well,
thing.
I'll let
Here's
y'all
the
know
thing.
right now, though.
Wait.
The way you framed the Destiny, you framed it to where black and women and men are competing against each other by all stats of metric.
Well,
No,
here's the thing. Here's
well,
the
can I-
thing about this, because
Yeah.
we got before y'all pass all of that, we got to go back to something. Okay, number one, what you said about black women doing this in response to black men. Black women doing what they did is not in response to black men. That is a misnomer.
Of course it is.
First
Everything
of
is in
all,
response
prior
to everything
to
else.
the 60s, prior to the 70s, you did not have black men doing what we're talking about right now. Everything that was done in response, the 93 crime bill, everything that was
crime bill.
done that caused that to come about, that was not the reality for black people in the 50s and the 60s. Black people in the 50s and the 60s had one of the highest marriage rates. Black people in the 50s and the 60s had community. Okay, it isn't until after you see the emergence of this new form of a welfare system that you begin to see
The welfare is not
degradation of the
causing all
black
this shit.
family.
I don't believe that.
well, but like,
And it-
but the welfare
it-
system is a response to like single.
It's a
moms.
response to poverty. It's a
Sure.
response to the poverty that
Sure.
black people.
But you
as
said
a
they
whole
weren't in
were
poverty
able to
until
do.
the
blame
welfare
single
system.
moms for wanting welfare. They need
No,
help
I'm
taking
not
care of their kids,
blaming
and you
them.
can't
I'm
blame the
not- I'm not-
93
I'm
crime
not-
bill for issues in the
I am
black
not-
community when the
I
black
am
community,
not-
the black
I am
community,
not-
the black community wanted
voted
the
for
93
it.
crime
I am
bill.
not-
Yeah,
hold on.
she's
Wait,
right.
wait, hold
They
on,
did want it.
hold
That's
on.
right.
Hold on. Number one. I can't.
They did
I'm
want
not
the bill.
blaming black
The
women
bill
for
probably ended up pretty
wanting
bad.
welfare.
But everyone supported the
Because
bill
they
at the
were
time.
in the 60s, they were in a state where they needed it. What I can blame them for is once they saw how it was disproportionately affecting their community, I can blame them for creating a lifestyle choice to be on welfare. In this day and age, you have black people that are on welfare as a choice.
Why
They are
not?
able-bodied and they
If
can
you're
do
able
something
to
else, but they're
qualify for
choosing
something
not
because you're in
to.
that level of
So
poverty,
I can blame them for
why
that.
would
I
you
can
not
blame our system
take
for
advantage of that?
incentivizing having children. Now, as far as the 93 crime bill, I'm not saying, oh, the black people didn't ask for it. Yeah, the Congressional Black Caucus, which many of them do not even really represent us. Okay, that's
No,
number
hold
one.
on.
Hold on.
Yeah, they
Wait.
voted for him.
Wait. Let me say this.
Bro,
They
of course
do
they're
not
representing you.
represent our best interests. Okay. Now, I can blame the 93 crime bill
Blame the voters
for
then.
mass incarceration, and I'm not the only one who has blamed the 93 crime bill for mass incarceration, not just of black people, but Americans in general. So no, that wasn't solving a problem.
Well,
Okay.
crime did go down though. Like I gotta be
Of
honest.
course it's gonna
Unfortunately,
go down.
hold on a second. The thing is this, right? I'll be that. I'll be a coon. Listen. At the end of the day,
Oh, don't say that.
whatever's gonna make the crime go down, I'm pro crime bill, right? I think that the crime was so high in the late 80s and the early 90s that even like you said, black people had no choice. And let's be honest, right? When you talk about the Congressional Black Caucus, a lot of black people did put those people in power, right? And black people back then, different from right now, they wanted safety and security. And I mean, Biden's
I can agree to that, but there's only one problem. When you have a number of factors that are going to cause black people to get disproportionately policed, disproportionately locked up.
But that's
and
because
then
the
you
crime
have-
was
then you have-
disproportionately in
then
black
you have-
communities.
It was crazy. It was
Hold on,
crazy.
Wait a second. See, y'all are not. See, this is a little bit of a disingenuous argument, and this is me. I'm gonna be a liberal for a second. We got to have a better solution other than just locking people up and throwing away the key.
I agree.
The way-
I think
the way
everyone
that
agrees.
actually-
Right,
Everybody
definitely.
agrees, but the problem was that the crack was destroying the black community. Crime was rampant. The homicide rates in the 90s were fucking wild. Places like New York were fucking battle zones. And like, was the crime bill the best solution? Probably not. But like this idea, and I'm not saying you guys are doing this, but a lot of people on my side, a lot of the white people will do this shit. We're like, oh no, in the 90s it was just white people being racist. I don't think it was. I think it was black people who saw their communities getting fucking destroyed that were looking for any type of answer to those problems. And if mass incarceration was the way to go, then fuck it. Like that's better than.
I'm pro-crime bill. We need another one.
That exacerbated the problem. That made
No, it solved the problem, but it created another one.
I fucking don't like this guy in the bottom right. Like, I'm pro crime bill. Because he obviously is like, you know what? Never mind.
It did reduce crime. It didn't solve it. It reduced crime, but it made other problems.
He just looks so over middle class. I mean, he's got like the Nike boxes in the back. He's on a YouTube stream with Destiny, and he's like, yeah, lock him up. I just, just saying.
Problems like mass incarceration of black men, it hurt black families, right? I agree with that, but
I agree with you during the time.
It was a Band-Aid, and what it did is it created another offset of black culture. It created the prison culture where guys are getting freaking celebrations for getting out of prison instead of getting celebrations for graduating college. So it created this culture where black people think, well, that's just one of the things you do. You go to prison. Like it's in every one of those people. Like, we got to stop ignoring the fact that when it comes to the crime bill, a lot of those people that got locked up were non-violent offenders. They weren't even the individuals that were committing crimes.
I don't know about that. Like, there are a lot of people during that time, right? You can directly attribute crack to high murder rates, right? You can look at when the drug trade as affecting those high murder rates. And the thing is, for me, I can't argue with results, right? So if the results of the crime bill are lower crime, then I'm gonna go with it. I'm sorry.
Well, I hate to be the one to say it, but I gotta say it, because if I don't say it, every single brother in here is gonna be upset with me, because it needs to be said. First of all, you're talking about a situation that is a created situation. Okay. You're talking about a situation where you have narcotics being funneled into a community to fund a war. And this is not speculation. This is not me guessing. This is now historical fact. Okay. So we can't just ignore the fact that it's a created problem. So one, you might as well call it entrapment. You have a disproportionately affected community when it comes to poverty. You put something in that community that's going to cause problems, and then once the people engage in that activity, you lock them up. There actually might even be a class action lawsuit case if black people got their shit together, if you really want to be honest. But I just had to point that out.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the thing that a black woman would say is nobody's forcing you to buy crack. Nobody's forcing you to sell crack, and nobody's forcing you to kill somebody over crack.
Nobody's forcing her to be on welfare.
No, she's not. But if she needs.
Why would you not go on welfare? What's wrong with that?
Like,
why is she comparing welfare to crack and murder? What?
He forced her to have a baby by a crackhead.
Hold on for a second. The same thing that you just said can be applied to if you got a kid that lives in the projects, he has no options. But then he sits there and he sees all of these people on drugs, and he knows he can sell drugs to make money to feed himself. That's no different than these people going down there to the office to get welfare.
Sure.
I'm not saying it's right.
I'm the liberal here. I agree with you. Okay, 100%. The situations are fucked up. The only thing I'm pushing back on is blaming just the black women. I think everybody's got their responsibility for all the issues that happen, women and men alike. I just wouldn't say it's.
I think the frustration with saying like blaming just the black women, bro. Black men have been the blame of the black community's failure for the past 60 to 80 years. Before I was born, I've been hearing this shit since I was a child. That black men ain't shit. We ain't done nothing. All the negative stereotypes about us since I was a child. And then now we start talking about the discretions and issues we've had with black women for the past 60 years, for 2 years, and everybody's like, oh, you guys are talking way too much about the black women and you are attacking us. It's like, bro, we were trying to work through our issues and come to a resolution.
Everyone shares
like you said, Destiny, as much as, you know, I think, I don't know where Angry Man is, but personally, I don't literally blame the white man for a lot of our problems. I mean, if we want to talk about a welfare system, when the welfare system was being implemented, they had a study on this and how it affected the white community and the black community. For some reason, when the unemployment rate of the men of those cultures, when it was down, the women's welfare was up. And then in the white community, once the the unemployment went down for the men, the welfare went down. But in the black community, the welfare kept going up even as the men were getting jobs. So at that point, they understood it wasn't about the men's money or trying to actually financially take care of the kids. It was a mentality, like I said, that they didn't need a man to take care of their kids.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you that for a large point of the past like 60, 70, 80 years, that black men have been the ire of the black community. They get shit on by white people, by black women, or whatever. That's horrible. I agree with that. But like for the past like 20 or 30 years, as black men have at the very least like largely socially elevated themselves, as they started to earn a little bit more money, as they've gained like big positions in entertainment, right? Well, what are the cultural norms now? Nobody likes black women. Right? But black men are fucking fetishized in some communities, depending on what you're looking at, right? But if you look at like what we can say like dating apps, or you talk to anybody, right? Sure, yeah, light-skinned women are, sure, but I'm just saying that like fucking black women are like down there with like Asian men in terms of like the types of people that people are trying to like date or emulate or whatever, right? So the idea that like today, I think that some of the standards have switched a bit, that there are black men that are gaining a lot of wealth, right? Not even just millions in entertainments, but sometimes past $1 billion for a lot of these musicians like Jay-Z and stuff that are coming out like starting businesses and stuff, right? I think that black men have done a good job in some places of getting really far, but it feels like some of the complaints are that a lot of that reinvestment doesn't happen back into the community, that a lot of that money is used to further negative cultural trends, right? People look at like Jewish people and it's like, fuck, well, what do, right? They hire their friends, they're doctors and lawyers for each other, they help each other out. And I was like, okay, well, what do black men do with their money? They make more songs to tell them to go kill each other, right? Well, I'm just saying that, I'm just, again, and I want to reiterate, I'm not trying, hold on, I just want to reiterate, I'm not trying to shit on black men.
No, Destiny, in this space, we would agree with you.
Sure, okay, yeah. I'm just saying that I just don't like the focusing on... Sure, I just don't like to focus on shitting on black women. I think there are problems on both sides.
Here's my thing.
Well, we're not shitting on them. We're just bringing out
so
issues.
No, I agree. And there might be issues. Well, the Angry Man started by saying most of the problems in the black community, maybe the majority, the vast majority. I don't know if you guys want to give it a percentage, but he was saying it was mainly black women's fault. That's what I was pushing back.
No, what I'm saying, what I'm saying, look, here's my thing, because you don't watch me, Destiny, but these other guys watch me.
Sure.
There have been plenty of times I've had this conversation about what black men need to do and the problems with black men. I don't just talk about black women, but I can sit back and I can, when I see black men trying to be in their children's lives, trying to do the right thing, and the women are giving them extreme pushback because we now have a culture of, I don't need a man, black men ain't shit, y'all ain't hitting on nothing, blase blase.
I just don't believe this. There's no way that these women are like, these women would probably be begging these men to be in their kid's life and supporting the kid and giving them a father. Okay, there's not like, oh, you don't need no shit. He don't need no father. I want to be a single mother. Like, what is this delusion? I don't know about that.
This is no longer about statistics. This has become a cultural trend.
Yeah, I agree.
For black women to be against black men.
Yeah, and that's shitty, and I agree with you. But again, like, sometimes what's sold in culture is like, what is a successful black man? Somebody that finds a really hot white woman. Look at Deion Sanders. Look at Deion Sanders, who walked away from that HBCU to go coach at fucking Colorado or whatever, right? Instead of staying, right?
Which he should have.
Okay,
but that's
maybe he should have, but I'm just saying.
That's civil rights, though.
Sure, I know, but I'm just saying that
people getting away from other black people.
Well, but I don't think, I feel like the people in the, I don't think that people like that appearance, right? Usually the idea is that people try to help their communities and give back and do what they can to like elevate their communities. But it feels like the success path for a lot of really successful black men is getting as far fucked away from their community as possible.
And
right?
you know
That's
why?
What happens
you know
when
why
it's dangerous.
Because this happens because when you have guys like a Nipsey Hussle, who tries to turn his life around and try to do something positive. He's in a relationship with a black woman. You know, he tries to create a center to help kids get into STEM program. He tries to put money back in his community, and he gets killed by his own community. It happens over and over again. So what's happening is you have black men who become successful, and the reason why they leave their communities is because their communities have been constantly dealing with so much poverty that by the time one person or a small percentage of guys actually achieve some real level of success, they immediately become a target. They immediately become the victim of their own community. The problem is, as long as we continue to have the same issues, and I remember I watched one of your debates. You debated ABL, you debated Anthony Brian Logan, and you pointed out something that I was like, oh shit, that's a very good point, where you said part of the reason that the black community might have issues is because we don't really have a lot of after school programs. We don't really have a lot of places for these kids to be. And what they end up doing, and this is me adding to that, what they end up doing is they end up becoming, being part of gangs and getting into trouble and all of these different things. So the problem that we have in the black community, I have told everybody over and over again, is that we don't participate in our local elections, and two, we don't really have a family structure anymore that's raising children properly. Now, if you really want to point the blame when it comes to that, yeah, you can say, oh, the fathers are not there, blah, blah, blah. But we are ignoring the fact that the mothers are there. And there used to be a time where even when there was a single black mother, she still raised well-rounded adults that were able to function in society without being criminals. But nowadays you don't see that, and you don't see that because there is a failure going on amongst black women who are single mothers, and nobody wants to acknowledge it because, like always, we still have the same mindset that we've always had throughout history, which is whenever a woman is perceived to be attacked, then everybody has to protect that woman. Instead of holding her accountable. Men, we can talk all day about what black men are doing wrong. Black men are being held accountable. Black men are going to jail for owing child support. Black men are being incarcerated for committing crimes and selling drugs. Women, however, are doing a lot of goofiness, being very neglectful to their children, and they're not getting any sort of reprimanding. They're not getting any sort of...
This whole debate started because Destiny was telling them that he doesn't like how this is the thing where they're pitting men against women and making it adversarial. But then the whole conversation and debate has turned into who's worse, black men or black women in the black community. And it's just missing the point. Why does it have to be everyone is everyone is created based on the circumstance they're born in. The black community has faced systemic struggles. The culture and everything is perpetuated is going to cause for the men and the women of the black community to have responsibility on both sides, many things going on, different issues. Why does it have to be men versus women? Why can't we just address the issues and come up with solutions? Why does it have to be like that? Okay, well.
Of punishment for
if anything, they're getting a lot of America in general just gives praise to women's totality. It's not even black women, just women's attitude, their weight. If they have if they have a child out of wedlock, a lot of times they're not negatively shamed for having that in 2023. More often than not, they're empowered to be these things, and we're not to judge them for it.
Yeah.
But if you want to talk about the financial part about, we could talk about money from the men who doesn't get back. I mean, black people do a lot of dumb shit in totality. We could talk about the churches. The amount of money we spend in the churches, and that's not any type of recycling system that gives back to its community. We talk about the Black Lives Matter movement. Where was our black churches at there? Our black churches are bought out by the government.
And
that was quiet, and we still go spend money there. Sure. And most of the churches are filled up by black women.
Let me respond real quick.
And that was a movement started by women, BLM. Yeah, how successful was that?
Okay, real quick. So for the angry black guy, or the angry man. Sorry, fuck, that sounded bad. The angry man. Okay, so I agree with you when there are issues that successful black people have to face that I don't ever have to think about. Right? I don't have to think about trying to leave my community if I become wealthy because I'm gonna get killed or some crazy shit like that. Right? I acknowledge those are problems that exist, 100%. But if that is the case, that if you become successful as a black person and you want to bounce because you're worried that you're gonna get fucked for staying somewhere, how do you not see that wouldn't create a fuck ton of resentment in the black women of the community if all of the successful black men want to leave, right?
I never said it didn't.
Okay, sure.
I totally agree. I never said it didn't. There are a lot of I hear all of the complaints.
Well, wait. Let me just respond to the other two things real quick too, right? The other things you were talking about for black women are, you know, making poor choices or whatever, it seems like black women are slowly carving their path out. But their path out is literally like them abandoning the black community too, where you've got a lot of them will talk about like divesting, where black women get abortions more than any other class of people, which I think hurts the welfare seeking point, because if they were seeking welfare, I don't know why so many of them get abortions. And black women are starting to attend college more, and they're starting to get better jobs, so they're starting to close that income gap with black men. But in this scenario, there are like paths to success for black men and black women, but because of the rhetoric where black women are constantly shitting on black men because their baby daddy left them, because they got hurt by some black dude, where they tell their black sons that they ain't shit their entire fucking lives, and now these guys are growing up with their minds fucked, right? That's not good. But then black men constantly attacking black women, saying, you know, these women are fucking shit, they've been shitting us their whole lives, they hold us accountable for every fucking thing. Meanwhile, when they fuck up, they get welfare, they get housing, they get everything handed to them, and then we're demonized for it. This world of like adversarial shit is just making it so that really successful black men and successful black women, their goal is to just get the fuck out of the black community. And that like type of overall divestment where everybody's an enemy and everybody wants to get the fuck out, that just seems to be like a really bad path to go down.
Same brain cell.
Why?
Well,
Because I'm gonna sound like a cuck, I guess. I don't know. Like, I would want to see like the black community completely fucking destroyed because all the successful people just want to leave, right?
But Destiny, that's the future though.
Well,
that's the future. That's progressive.
See,
That's what we need, right?
But that's the future you guys are fighting for. Is the fighting
we're
on both sides?
woke. No, we fight for us to stay together. Like I said, a lot of people in this space don't like Fresh and Fit. I know you've been hanging out with them, and you.
Sure,
like,
those are the communities that I'm. Yeah.
We don't really fuck with them, nor do we agree with them. A lot of times, we want
Some of the stuff
come
they say.
to some of the stuff they say, but the whole like the anger part that they give with the incel energy, cool. We don't really fuck with that. We hold black men accountable for our actions. We just hope black women could come to the table doing the same thing, where we could come to resolutions instead of trying to compromise and we both leave unhappy.
Yeah, sure. I think that would be a good thing. Just as a warning, I've got something I've got to leave in like 5 or 10 minutes, so I don't want to feel like I'm running away. But you guys can all give your.
No, I'm not gonna keep you. I appreciate you coming.
I don't think it can work. I think the best thing is for, as you said before, for both people to just get out, right? I think that, as you said earlier, with the evolution.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't like that we have these separate communities based on race. Like, if you go, and I get the black community is like a unique experience in America, but if you go to like Britain or like Europe or UK, whatever, and you go there, I mean, black people there, they're not like in a separate community. They're just another British person that's black. And, you know, it's fine that the black community, like, eventually might dissolve and they'll all just be people that are black, and it don't have to be like a unified community based on race. I don't think race is really a huge part of identity. I mean, it is right now due to historical, you know, context in the culture that is in these communities, but over time, I would like to see communities not be based on race, because I think that's probably leads to negative outcomes long term, but
It's going to make us adversarial, right? The fact that we are competing for a limited amount of resources, we're both trying to get to the top, and now we're competing with each other. I mean, I just think that this is the adaptation that you were talking about.
That seems so sad, though. Like, the adaptation has to be like the destruction of the black community. Like, it just has to like disperse into everybody else, and
It happened during civil rights.
Well,
Civil rights, it already
community-
happened.
The black community, the issue. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let you go. I'm pretty sure you got
Yeah, go
something
for it.
else to do. The black community. The problem is, and a friend of mine once said this. It needs to be razed to the ground and rebuilt, plain and simple. Because it's and really, to be truthfully honest, in my opinion, this is just my personal opinion. I'm pretty sure Sway and Patriarchy agree with me. I think it's time to get off of the black culture and just be American culture. That's just me personally.
that's what I just said.
That's just my personal opinion, because this whole idea, because it's too much conflict, it's too much goofiness, it's too much foolishness, and you know, there's a lot of things that there's a lot of ideologies and a lot of ideas that just need to come to a stop. It just needs to come to a stop. And if I had the power to, I would abolish the welfare program. Like, that would
That's
literally
not going to
solve
help
the problem.
anything, but okay.
I will agree with you that there's like a lot of goofiness, but like, don't you think there's something to be said for the fact that there was a group of people
Why am I
who
pink
was
so
enslaved
high?
in a country for over 100 years, and then civil rights is fucked for however long until 64. But despite all of those setbacks, black culture has become, in a lot of ways, like almost the predominant culture of the world. That
What?
America's most important contribution to music arguably is jazz and rock and roll. It came from black people. That the most popular form of music today is rap and hip hop all over the world. I can go to any country in the world and hear Kanye.
I
West.
wouldn't
Well,
say
maybe not
that's what
Kanye
defines
anymore, right? But I
culture,
can hear
but-
like rappers like all over the world being played. Like I don't know. It feels like throwing all of that away because there are problems right now and just saying fuck it. When there are so
We
many unique
already-
contributions to like the world community from like
Already-
the African Americans in the United
it
States.
wouldn't
Kind
be
of
possible without white people.
We already, wait a minute, we already threw it away. And the reason why I say that, I had this discussion the other day. We already threw it away because if I were to have a conversation with the average black person, the average young black person today, they're not going to know black people's contribution to jazz. They're not going to know black people's. If I asked them, name 5 jazz musicians that were black, they're not going to be able to tell me. If I ask them who Ernie
don't
Barnes
give
is,
a
they're
fuck
not going to be
about
able to
that.
tell me. Like we've already, black people have already tossed away the best part of our culture. They've already tossed it away. There's only a few of us. There's only a handful of us out here. And when I say a handful, I mean a small percentage. There's only a small percentage of us that actually still value all of those things. Now what we value, now what we're starting to be known for is gang culture, going to prison, twerking, and all this ignorant shit. Like it's unfortunate, but it's reality.
Black history in America right now only goes back to the 90s. That's really it. Like, is you just started NWA, and if it ain't anything before NWA, niggas don't care about.
They don't.
People barely know what NWA is, especially the younger generation around my age, and that's only because they made movies about them, and
Sure.
Ice Cube is still relevant, and all these other things have been going on in the past, their childhood. But I mean, I agree with them that the black community needs to fix or come down to the ground. I'm not so sure on the Americanized part, because the Americanized is, in my brain, when you said that, means like the Western ideology, which we see anywhere else that subscribes to that. They're also suffering when it comes to male and female dynamics, regardless of race. So I'm not cool with the Western ideas.
What is a lag?
I also don't think it's as absolute to go back to the traditional, where a man is required to do 100% of the bills in 2022 on average. That's just not.
Well, when I say Americanized, I mean black people actually participating in American structure instead of pretending that they're separate from it. In other words, black people actually going into the police force so that they can police their neighborhoods while we still have them. Going into politics, going into
Why is that guy shaking his head?
participating in America so that they actually have some say so over what goes on. But
That guy's called actually
Destiny, I ain't gonna
having
keep
a
you in here.
presence
I didn't think you were
power.
gonna show up, so I appreciate you showing up.
Ducks nobody.
Yeah.
This ended up I see that now. This ended up being more of a discussion than a debate, but I appreciate you coming through, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I enjoyed the conversation. Yeah, we were heated yesterday, but I mean that's like online shit, right? But no, yeah, I appreciate the conversation, guys. It's been fun. We'll probably chat some other time in the future, I imagine. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Right, sure.
Yeah, have a good one,
Tell
guys.
me what an NFT is before you leave.
You really want me to?
Nah, bro. Nah, that's still my favorite.
That
That's
guy
always-
needed to know. Wait,
I
are you
can't
guys?
stand him.
Are we
I
fans
can't
of?
stand him, man.
Oh, okay,
I
that's
can't
good.
stand
Okay.
that dude,
All
man.
right. All right. Thanks a lot, guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
All
Peace out.
All
All
right,
right, man.
What is it? An NFT?
Jesus, that we got a lot of racial animosity between, or would it be sexual, racial? What would you say animosity between black women and black men? What would you call that? That is a lot of animosity there. Jesus.
I don't know. Sexism. Duh. Forgot what sexism is.
Okay. A lot of you guys are worried right now. Don't worry.
What?
This won't be a norm. I got Factorial loaded. Okay, we're good. We're good. Don't worry. I take a quick diversion to do some somewhat entertaining content, but we're getting right back into the Factorial later. Okay, I promise you guys. Okay, I'm going to
Yeah, great. Hey, he was actually
switch
engaged in that
channels.
whole
Yeah,
conversation. That was
I'm
good.
gonna switch channels. I'm gonna do the finale for our Tombs of Square D&D thing.
No
and my Thursdays
Factorio.
are free again, guys. We are free. And then
Why is this guy shitting on me
yeah,
though?
I'll come back tonight and we'll do some. Oh god, I have to travel tomorrow. I'm doing filming for that Louisiana gun shit.
What Louisiana gun shit? What
I'll
the
come back
fuck?
tonight and stream probably. All right, I'll be on my other channel a bit. What is the most important jazz album? I feel like the stock answer is always kind of Blue. I think if you ask most jazz people, they'd probably say that. But right. All you guys have been fun. Ribbon, cappuccino, poppuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, cappuccino, 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 alpuccino, my dude. I will catch you guys. Okay.
All hours ago, 7 hours ago. What the fuck?
Hello. Okay.
What the hell? I was trying to find my video and I just walked into him.
Should I be an adult and just cancel tomorrow? I shouldn't. It's gonna be good content. I just want to like stop traveling. It's stressing me the fuck out. Because I'm traveling.
I'm gonna lose.
Traveling. At the end of the month too.
I'm
It's
traveling.
like 3
I'm
days, I
traveling.
think. That's not true. That's not fucking true. I can lure a kid to my fucking van with candy and convince him to go somewhere with me, and it's considered kidnapping, right? Oh, sorry, fuck.
I didn't hear what that audio was.
Thing. They seem to be broadening the definition. Like I heard Destiny talking about. I heard Destiny. He talks very, very quickly, and he presents a lot of his opinions as objective fact. But the fact of the matter is, in order for a crime to be committed, and you understand this as a lawyer, certain elements have to be in place. For example, with kidnapping, there has to be. And I'm not a professional, law degree or whatever. But like, you have to take the person. They have to be held against their own will. They can't leave, etc., etc. Okay, so he had girls in his house doing the cam business. You can't charge him just because one of the 4 elements of human trafficking is met. And that's what I think a lot of people disingenuously do. I just think Destiny doesn't like Andrew Tate, and that's the reason why he brought his.
God, these guys are such fucking cucks, dude. As much as they use homophobic shit on me, these guys slurp for Tate so much. We need a hashtag for this. Fucking cocksuckers for Tate, because these guys are slurping up so fucking much. I could sell these dudes bottles of like mystery fucking white gel fluid, and if I tell them it's Andrew Tate's cum, they're gonna fucking guzzle it. Like, it's so gross.
Damn,
like,
bro.
Oh, the only possible reason you could be against my fucking idol, Andrew Tate, is because you're biased against him. You don't like him. That's the only possible reason, bro, you can hate him.
Like, dude, there's a million fucking valid reasons to hate Andrew Tate. And there's a million fucking valid reasons to hate, or to think that he's engaged in like some fucked up sex trafficking. Like, these two things don't have to be connected. Like, I've gotten emails. Yeah, this Andrew Tate shit, the sex trafficking shit, looks pretty fucked. And it does. If anybody looks at it from an objective point of view, like, even if you like Andrew Tate, like, some of the shit looks pretty fucking sus. You have to admit, unless the prosecution is leaking literally fake news, or somebody's fucking lying, the shit looks really fucking bad. It looks bad. It looks bad. Full stop. It looks fucking bad. Sorry. Sorry, bruv. Coach Red Pill and Jackson Hinkle grilled the historian you talked to for hours. Oh, the alt history. He emailed me, or he messaged me, and he said that.
You know, every hour of your day has to be filled with some activity, so you can put it on the resume, on the college application, right? So it turns out these smooth people. I mean, smooth and like this non-controversial and smooth brain, quite frankly. High IQ. They can speak 3 languages, maybe. They can get 1600 on the SAT, but they're fucking idiots, and they have no independent judgment whatsoever. That's the thing that I found most shocking.
People in my age group, they get broken by the system. Where I'm 21, and people in my age group, there's so much competition to get into those schools where it's like if you do, you've sacrificed your youth and you've sacrificed an attempt to really be able.
Dude, I'm fucking triggered on everything. Fuck. You're not exceptional. If you're failing in school, it's not because you're too smart for it, okay? There are those people that are exceptionally rare, but if you're pulling fucking D's in English class, you can barely fucking read at an 8th grade level and on your fucking college entry exams, that's not because that's not because like, oh, I'm just not a good test taker. Oh, my college has just broken me. I can't do it. It's because you're a fucking moron. I'm sorry. But like the vast majority of these people that are like, oh, well, college is just like, I just don't have the pride. No, you're just a fucking idiot, bro. And there's nothing wrong with that, but be stupid. There's nothing wrong with being stupid. There is something wrong with being in denial, okay? Fuck me. Okay, I'm done with this. What did this guy say? These people speak 3 languages and they ace their SATs and they're idiots? No. What? How? What, like... If we were to draw a probability, chances are you're acing your standardized test. You're probably smarter than the average person. That's just like probabilistically speaking.
Bro, he was just saying... He wasn't saying that they're idiots. He's saying there's people that are really smart. They clearly are smart because they can do this smart shit, but there's some people that are super smart that are like just like super biased or fucking brainwashed by a certain shit. Even if
it's probably true, right? Like,
and that's what he meant by idiot. Which I think is true. I mean, there's other people like. Gonna fucking lose it. Fuck this game.
He means dumb in the street smarts way? Yeah, how much street smarts does this fucking moron have who got arrested by the Ukrainian police because he's inside Ukraine simping for the enemy invading country? I'm sorry, how many street smarts does this fucking loser have who's screaming at me like, do you know how many 18-year-olds I fuck?
Well, that's also
like,
true.
Come on, bro. Who the fuck are the street smarts of this guy? These guys aren't smart at anything. We're just fucking YouTubers, dude. YouTubers and streamers are the most degenerate fucking people on the fucking planet. But I am smart. You know why? Because I can throw out 900s whenever the fuck I want. Watch me. Watch me.
I'm going in. I'm going in.
No fucking shot. This busted ass, broken ass, bullshit ass fucking game.
Yeah, you better fucking run.
No
piece of shit.
shot. Fuck this game. No shot. No shot.
Fuck!
Okay,
Damn it.
900 or end stream. 900 or I'm ending my stream.
I can't play this game right now. Hold on.
Wait, before I get into all this. Okay. I need power. What is the most densely packed power that I can put here? Would it be like a nuclear reactor and like 2 steam turbines or what? Where's Proteus? Where are you going tomorrow? Going to Louisiana to film some weird gun home defense thing that hopefully there's good content for my YouTube.
Louisiana. Let's go.
Do you have antimatter reactor yet? Most people use condenser turbines with 2 nukes. Antimatter. No, I do not. High steam temp. You should have I don't have antimatter reactors. I think you need deep space shit for that. For this antimatter production, I need deep space. Energy beam receivers for a crazy amount of heat. Doesn't work in flight. Oh, well, I don't want to do that. Maybe look at that spaceship in the asteroid belt. Well, this is, I took that apart.
You took it apart? Bro, I'm too high.
Don't forget a roboport with construction bots and repair turrets.
I know,
Really?
I'm throwing.
Oh, repair packs. Regular solar panels work, but the red ones are better, just to get a feel for the spaceship. You can heat the energy acceptor fully before launch. Travel while it cools a tiny bit and heat again on the other side, and that's fine, but you can't fit a setup like that on the ship itself. Oh, hold on. Andrew Callahan responds. The All Gas No Brakes host and star of HBO's new documentary, This Place Rules, is responding to sexual misconduct allegation against him, claiming one of the alleged victims asked her for serious dough before making her accusation public. The legal rep for the journalist tells TMZ Andrew is devastated he's being accused of any type of physical or mental coercion against anyone. Conversations about pressure and consent are extremely important, and Andrew wants to have those conversations so he can continue to learn and grow. Adding that while every dynamic is open to interpretation, proper communication is critical for all those involved. Repeated requests for money should not be part of these conversations. Do they have proof of that, or nothing leaked? A source with direct knowledge tells us that Caroline requested money from Andrew, requesting the fat check he got from HBO for his documentary. She allegedly asked to be she allegedly asked to be paid just minutes before the doc aired. Wait, really? Please acknowledge L3 is a fucking retard. Ethan, what happened? L3 fucked him up so bad. L3 can't stop spreading misinfo. Said Andrew admitted to the allegations? Oh, true. Huh. Wonder what's going on there.
Well, I wonder what happened there.
Okay, so I'm just trying to think of what this would look like. So you'd have one. Do you put anything next to the nuclear reactor? Is it just a nuclear reactor with? It would be with steam turbines or condenser turbines. Are you trying to recapture water or no? Ethan was the one that reported and confirmed the stories for Twitter. Gotcha. As many condenser turbines as you can fit. Okay, so I'm gonna need ice water, condenser turbines. Okay. All right. Do not put anything next to the nuclear reactor. Wait, why not?
Left is not gaining as much traction as it ought to in this day and age, as represented by Hadley and Sarah, is a reason that I guess is rather mean, but this is a video of honesty and it comes from a place of, I believe, good faith. The left is truly starting to remind me of Comrade Napoleon. Because the left,
one nuclear reactor or
in
two?
North America and in Northern Europe, is lazy. The left is lazy insofar as getting very comfortable in its own self-righteousness and in its own bubble of information.
Yeah,
because
true.
on the one hand, the left lacks expertise. For instance, in the way of understanding transgenderism relative to transsexualism, say, and also in understanding the medical knowledge that is needed behind
when you stop
transgender
challenging your
identities.
ideas, you
Hello,
lose the
editing
actual
me. I would hazard
understanding
that a
of
good
them.
example of this is the controversy surrounding Leah Thomas. She is known for being the first openly transgender athlete to win an NCAA Division I national championship. Now, Leah's success and identity opened up a huge conversation and controversy surrounding transgender women competing in women's sports and divisions in professional sporting events. For instance, this article is from a left-leaning publication and it contradicts itself throughout. The data doesn't tell a different story, as the title of the article suggests. Instead, a very mixed and complicated story that is obviously going to be misunderstood is told. The author says, and I quote, "The scientific evidence is mixed, and post-HRT trans women do not currently dominate professional sport." And the thing is, everything in that statement is true. Trans women don't dominate professional sports, similarly to
It
how
has nothing to
women
do with
don't
anything.
dominate professional sports. Only a small subsection of the human population compete professionally, of men in men's
and
professional
trans.
sports, of women in women's
It'd be like an
professional sports.
extremely small
And
percent
so
of the
inevitably,
population.
in terms of trans women, only a small percentage of trans women in the small percentage of trans women that there are on this planet are going to compete in professional sports. And this obviously takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of training, a lot of money, a lot of investment. And it is also true to say that the scientific scientific evidence is mixed. Every sport is different,
Fuck, I can't even click
and this
R,
should,
dude.
in my humble opinion, be left up to the experts and to the professional sporting authorities themselves. This is going to take a lot of time and a lot of understanding. In fact, a very nuanced perspective which I heard on this by a transgender individual, political analyst Jordan Evans, I think is important, but is one that is systematically and routinely deemed to be transphobic.
So I am not a professional athlete. The closest thing I have ever done to anything athletic was I used to do competitive show choir. I don't feel really qualified to make carte blanche statements about whether or not trans women should compete in every kind of sport. And I understand that that is kind of, that's a hard pill to swallow. And for me, my first inclination is to approach everything through a lens of inclusivity.
Are 2 engines
at the
enough?
Same time, I also can't speak accurately to every kind of sport and the different things that go into it. So I really think in these instances, the decisions are best left up to the professional governing bodies that dictate these particular sports.
And just going back to the article that I referenced from The Independent, in my opinion, it was so poorly argued that the final sentence completely contradicts its primary thesis, that transgender professional athletes have little advantage over their female counterparts. And I quote, sports physiologist Dr. Ross Tucker told the New York Times that Leah Thomas is the manifestation of the scientific evidence. The reduction in testosterone did not remove her biological advantage. And that is the end of the article. A very confusing article, and it is a lot easier to just say that somebody is transphobic as opposed to actually just having a conversation with them and actually conceding a very hard fact of the matter, for instance, at least according to current mixed evidence in science. And this is something for the experts, for scientists, for actual sporting professionals and their associations and boards of expertise. And as I will get into later, this is something that the online left is most guilty of, I would say. And I think that this is something that is really to its disadvantage. Sports scientist Ross Tucker's very, I would say, empathetic and nuanced arguments have been disregarded. Leftist commentators and individuals in the comment section of this article labeled him as transphobic. Rather than engaging with the science or with experts, the entire field, which is really and truly the foundation of modern thinking, is dismissed. This, in my opinion, is simply the easy way out. I've also noticed recently that with the discourse on transracialism and or relative to transgenderism, there is no expertise or knowledge on the left about how the two differ. Yet, on the other hand, complete obedience to that distinction is expected. And if one does not completely agree or is not completely obedient to that position, one is automatically labeled some kind of phobia or exiled. Complete obedience and compliance is expected to the left's perspective on social issues and identities, without question.
Being versus becoming has always been a hot topic in philosophy. Are you born a woman or do you become a woman? Simone de Beauvoir asked, and she said, you become one. Gender is a performance, you actually perform it every day. And Saraswati extended to race. One becomes white, one becomes black. It's a social construct, a performance. Now there's a big problem there. You can't compare the two. That would be very dishonest. We think that's wrong. The rules of gender and race are always changing.
Oh,
and
fuck.
given this, the question that really matters.
Wait, why did this guy
isn't
copy
whether
my
You
font
just
and my
take it.
color for my manifesto?
individuals like Diallo and Krug are in fact black.
Bro,
given
just
the
take it with the
present
pawn.
rules of racial
Take it with the pawn.
classification, but whether they should
You can't
be
figure out what to
or should
do.
be accepts the fact that what gender and race mean change with time. On the other hand, figuring out what a woman really is,
Take it with the pawn.
who really
Come
is
on.
black, leads us to argue in a essentialist framework.
Yeah,
Basically,
there you
a
go.
woman is someone with a uterus, and a black person is someone with, I don't know, black skin. Stepping out of that essentialist
This is so quiet.
allows us to take into account other elements, cultural.
I can't hear it. Yeah, I know the volume of this video is all over the place.
Help us understand who should be considered as a woman
You're
and
like, fuck, I
who
should've-
should be considered as black. In the case of blackness, inequality accumulates intergenerationally. In the US, sociologists point at weathering inheritance gaps between black and white households as proof of that. Now, obviously, gender is not a historical. Women, queer people, as a class of people, inherit a history of discrimination. But as an individual, they don't accumulate the consequences of the health and economic consequence of being a woman or trans or queer.
Oh, I need heat
if that makes
exchangers.
sense.
That's so
On the other hand, black people, Asian people, people of color, in France we would be targeting maybe the grandkids, kids of African and Maghreb immigrants, do inherit it, both on a community and individual level. You know, if your great-grandparents, grandparents, parents have faced discrimination, you will inherit all that baggage. It's not the same for queer people, trans people, women, except if your great-grandparents, grandparents, and parents were openly queer. I'm sure some of you are thinking, this sounds like a dream. Well, I guess we'll end it here for today.
There is no need for explanation, for understanding, or for education. If you don't understand or are not willing to understand for reasons that may be completely personal
I don't
to
even have
you,
space for a
you
nuclear
are
setup? Wait, really?
instinctively labeled and put into the same category as individuals whom we would call Nazis, fascists, alt-right individuals. And in that, I believe, comes a form of laziness, that is not at all conducive to doing good politics. Politics is not only action, politics is labor.
You don't have space for properly ratioed. Oh yeah, I don't care about proper ratio.
Give a lot of room for nuance. I agree with this tweet. I want to add to it. My issue with the left isn't so much that they give brain dead advice. It's more like the left doesn't care to give much of any advice to young men specific to issues that matter to young men. It may seem kind of like trivial, but I'm talking about like masculinity, dating, that kind of stuff. Stuff like that is really important to young men. If that like bothers you, if it's frustrating that young guys are kind of like fixated on that, I'm sorry, that's literally just life.
Whoops.
Okay? And the left just doesn't see these issues as worthwhile, which is a bit frustrating because like there are experiences with like femininity and like youth, like for girls or whatever, that the left seems to care a little bit more about because it gets under discussed broadly. But what you have to understand
This is
that
connected, right?
if you want to sell an ideology, you can't only talk about the stuff that other parts of society aren't willing to talk about. You have to give a holistic social theory. If the left would just like take a deep breath and go, okay, we need to get guys to touch some grass and like be chill and not feel crazy insecure about how they are in their masculinity, blah, blah, blah. Like we would have this in the bag, man. Look, all I'm saying is it's not a coincidence that historically speaking, the most successful leftist movements have had holistic messaging on gender and sexual ideology. Like seriously, go to the Bolsheviks, go to the Maoists, go to the union trade workers and the anarchists of the early 20th century. There was not this like aversion to masculinity or to like the promotion of male social spaces. Quite the opposite, because a lot of these movements were pretty sexist because it was 100 years ago. They were at least willing to talk about these issues. I don't know how any of this could have gotten done if there was this like tetchy unwillingness to
A bad DMD now. That story is done.
This idea that I hear a lot from the left of educate yourself or put in the labor for yourself, because emotional labor is not something that we are willing to do.
I can't stand people who call themselves leftists and do not understand that people do not want to do reproductive labor. Like cooking is a whole ass thing, dude.
Is in no way conducive to
What?
politics. No way conducive to good politics, because politics is work, especially in the work of trying to understand, of trying to put yourself
Are these
into
connected or
the
no?
shoes and perspective and world and traditions of another,
Oh, fuck.
another who is completely distinct from
You
you,
just take
and it
that.
is difficult.
No, that is.
But it is necessary in the interest of what I believe
I'm
is
so
the
salty I made a
overarching
huge mistake.
idea that the
Okay, he
left
didn't do
has
that. Oh
of
my God,
social
let's go.
progress, of social
Brain dead.
betterment. And in all
There we
this,
go,
I do
like this.
appreciate and I do believe quite strongly that the left has to work a lot harder than the right, because the right, ironically, has a lot of things in its favor, contrary to the left. And I think we can see that when we look at these
Yeah, they
two
have the
countering trends
dying
on
culture.
YouTube. Videos titled Why I Left the Left versus videos titled Why I Left the Right. There are far more of the former relative to the latter. In fact, I could only find one video by Hunter Avalon on Why I Left the Right. And that video was from quite a few years ago. And since then, I have really not seen any. And I would say that there are roughly 5 reasons for this. I'm particularly and specifically talking about the right as we see it in, again, North America and Northern Europe.
Why Northern Europe? It's a weird
The right is
distinction.
very good at playing into nostalgia. And I think this is because nostalgia is largely on the side of everything that the right stands for, namely patriotism, the idea of heroes, victors, namely victors of the North Americas and of Northern Europe, a past of tradition, of family values, of very clear identities and roles for individuals in society. And importantly, the past represents an idea that there was community and homogeneity, that there was trust between governments and the people, that there was trust within communities and within households. It is clear to individuals, irrespective of what side of the political spectrum you are on, that trust among communities has dwindled, that trust between the elites, between the establishment and government and the people is non-existent, and that in our modern context, nobody is particularly happy, socially speaking. Secondly, I would say that, ironically, and this is very ironic, but the right has honesty. It really does. The right are very honest about being selfish, about being prejudiced, about being individualistic, about not being very nice people. They are very honest about caring about homogeneity, about caring about the family, specifically their own family, over that of everybody else's. Of the idea that it is every man for himself, every woman for herself, every family for itself. And when they are not honest, they're very good at co-opting religion in order to justify their actions and beliefs. With this, I'm talking about the more extreme tenets of the right, sort of the alt-right or the very traditionalist religious right, the ultra and orthodox right. And in this, they inevitably don't mince words. They're very upfront about what they are saying, and therefore the message is very understandable, it's simple, it's easy, it's clean cut. And this is very interesting when it comes to something like racism.
If your takeaway from this is like, oh, well, look, actually, they're not that at all.
That's not what he said.
No, he said.
That's not what he said. That's not what that's not what that's just not what he said. He just said that the conversation was going well. He's not being yelled at. They're having opposing views, but they can talk to each other. Yeah, his views are fucked up, but they can talk. That's what a civil conversation is.
Shonehead got banned from Twitter? Uh-oh.
Or he's racist.
You can have civil conversations with people who have
Wait, no, this is the either deleted, deactivated, or name change.
Absolutely disgusting. Doesn't change the fact that it's a conversation.
And a civil one.
Yes, you started this video like, this guy's about to get hate crime for the fine. Here they are just talking kindly like, if you walk away and think that this is not the most racist, people can still look at this dude and say he's incredibly racist and they wouldn't be wrong.
Yeah.
Doesn't change the fact that they were able to talk about it.
Still civil.
Something you've proven to be incapable of.
I've heard numerous people who are, like me, an ethnic minority, saying that they actually prefer or miss the days when individuals who are racist would just say, I'm racist, I don't like you. I don't like you because you're an ethnic minority. I don't like black people. Relative to what we have today, which is very much a sort of racism that is under the radar, that is very difficult to detect or very difficult to make known. And I think this is where, on the left at least, we have fake allyship. We have an idea which I'm going to talk about shortly, which is about representing abstract people as opposed to representing people. And I think for a lot of people, especially myself, I find that when somebody is upfront about being racist, particularly in my country of origin, South Africa, it was actually kind of refreshing because I knew what was going on. I knew who liked me, who didn't like me. Whereas I find that in the UK, at least, especially among leftist or liberal-leaning circles, I'm quite paranoid, or more paranoid than I would otherwise be if things were just honest and clear-cut.
I believe that when someone's like, I hate you, it feels more real than this.
Okay.
Maybe it's, I can understand that, I can understand that black, that's me. I can understand that where black people has been in the world, that I can understand that, I can understand people hating me, and I'm like, okay, that's fair. I understand I can avoid that.
I always said this. I always knew where I stand with like folks who are on that end of the spectrum. So if they say I hate you, I'm like, cool, I'm kind of used to that. Like, I know what you're saying. It's always been the people closer to me politically that always made me feel a little uneasy. That's what this reminded me of. Oh, yes, black people were here. So, I don't think so, bitch. I don't think so.
White liberals and shit.
I don't think so. I don't believe you. Something about how quickly you locked the doors when I was walking by your car.
Yeah.
Something about it just didn't feel right. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what this reminds me of.
And so, in a weird sort of way, the right's honesty and frankness about where they stand is actually quite refreshing. Please do not misconstrue this as me saying that I condone or in any way support the racism of some factions of the far or alt-right. I most definitely do not in any way. I am just purely speaking from how I personally and how I have heard individuals from my sort of identity perspective responding to that, relative to responding to a different kind of racism that is quite prevalent, I would say, among, I would argue more so to be leftist spheres of life. People with good intentions, people who speak on behalf of minorities, etc.
Controversial opinion, but if you have a token white and you're hanging out with your friend group of color, you need to ask permission from everybody in the group to bring your white friend. Like, don't just bring them. Ask for explicit permission from everyone. Because just because you're comfortable with them doesn't mean that everybody's comfortable with them. I might
Doesn't
not
mean
be in the mood to
everybody's
deal with
comfortable
white
around white
shenanigans
people.
that day. That's all I'm saying. And another thing, it
It's
feeds
literally
into their
just open
ego.
racism.
Like, don't let them think they're a good white person. Don't give them that card to use against other people.
Oh,
Please
Jesus
don't do that.
Christ. That's triggering.
I think another thing which the right has in its favor, especially today.
This reminds me of, I hope she gets a hate speech ban from Twitch. Wait, fuck, where's the original rant? I'm not gonna find it. This
You're little fucking bitches. You're white, you're Caucasian, you never will have any fucking personality. Like, okay, come for a bitch with personality. At least I have personality. At least I will be something.
Racist.
Guys, what's the context? I don't really get it.
Ayo, ayo, what? Ayo, what?
Why is he asking for context? Come
You
on,
will never
SBC.
have no type of personality. You will never have nothing. Your name is literally fucking James. Like, that is the most like pasty fucking name I've ever heard in my whole entire life.
If they're gonna ban
Like,
people for
don't
other
fucking
shit,
come for me, bitch.
you gotta ban him
Don't
for
fucking
that.
come for me, bitch. Because guess what?
Or just don't do it at all.
Because guess fucking what? Guess fucking what, bitch? Don't fucking come for me, bitch.
Bitch.
I'm
Don't come for
white,
me,
okay.
bitch.
Who asked?
Okay, who has?
Fuck.
No personality, no culture,
Guys,
no hairline.
guys, is this no pixel? I don't get it. This is kind of out of pocket.
Who
Yeah,
asked?
that's a little out of
This
pocket.
This is exactly the
A
reason
little.
why I want to fucking I want to get away from this.
Who
You're
linked
little
this?
fucking bitches. You're white, you're Caucasian, you never will have any fucking personality. Like, okay, come for a bitch with personality. At least I have personality. At least I will be something.
Could have taken
Like, that should be a hate speech ban. 100%. It should be a hate speech ban. If you said, like, even, I watched this in Denim's chat this morning, and I had to tell everyone that this shit is feel on the JQer fear. I don't know what the fuck those two words mean. JQER space FIER. The Jewish question or fire? Feel. Oh. Yeah, but that shit is wild. Like, this is too much, right? Like, this is more racist against white people than we were allowed to be racist against black people 10 years ago on the internet, okay? That's how crazy this is, okay? Jesus Christ. Chill. What the fuck?
Is that it accepts whiteness as an identity as it is. That is, white individuals who are on the right are not told that they must feel guilty. They are not told about their privilege. They are not told to check themselves or that they have all the power. Their identity as a white individual who may be patriotic, who may be family and traditionally oriented, who may be heterosexual and happy in kind of very clearly defined gender roles, is seen as a good and acceptable thing. And I think especially for the large cohort of individuals whom the contemporary left in North America and in Northern Europe has neglected, namely the white working class, definitely find an identity and allegiance in that with the right. And I think another thing that the right really has in its favor, at least in, again, I keep repeating, I'm speaking specifically about North America and Northern Europe, is that the right is very accepting of a diverse membership. And this is, again, truly ironic. When we look at the political spectrum and we look at that segment which is designated to the right, from the center right to the ultra-orthodox right, there is a lot going on, and there is a lot of space for a lot of different identities. You can be conservative in values without being
Tier 5
religious.
Supper. And
You
Hot
can
Girl
be
maybe,
a
Tier 5 Supper. Thanks,
conservative
guys.
atheist. You can be a conservative insofar as how you organize your finances and your personal life, whilst being socially quite liberal. You can celebrate Christmas with your family, believe in the traditional family unit, be patriotic, whilst also being completely anti-establishment. There are vigilantes, there are libertarians, there is a whole situation going on there, and it is truly diverse and fascinating just from a political and theoretical perspective. But it also means that there's a lot of space for a lot of identities, and I think because the right and
This part probably
conservative
triggered the
thinking
fuck out
is
of
very
that
much
FD
about
signifier guy.
family and tradition, and also every individual for themselves, I think it works weirdly. And the right is a very mixed bag of identities, of individuals who are working class to the ultra rich. And this is truly exceptional and very interesting to see, especially in our day and age. And I think adding on to this, another reason why the right is at an advantage relative to the left today, I would say, is because
They were in her chat telling her not to associate with you or Vosh. Oh yeah, I saw that there were people from Vosh's community telling, I think it was that one person telling her not to ever talk to me. I think I saw that at least. You guys are posting it in the GC, the group chat.
Populism.
Il punto è che io credo in una società nella quale ad ogni scelta che fai corrispondono delle conseguenze e te ne assumi la responsabilità.
Should I put one more engine
Io
on here?
rifiuto una società nella quale ogni desiderio diventa un diritto, ogni capriccio diventa un diritto, nella quale non ho responsabilità, ho solo diritti. Lo rifiuto, è sbagliato.
Right-wing populism continually and repeatedly outperforms left-wing populism
As
in
many as you can
North
fit.
America and in Northern Europe.
Oh,
That
Jesus
is within the
Christ.
most advanced modern societies. And I think this has a lot to do with our history of neoliberalism relative to that of, say, Latin America or Southern Europe. Right-wing
Can they go right
populists
next to each other?
Overwhelmingly reject neoliberal economic principles and overwhelmingly reject the establishment and elites. Yet on the other hand, they overwhelmingly, as I've described, embrace right-wing social trends and principles of homogeneity,
5.
of anti-immigration, of the family, of tradition, nostalgia. And this most definitely, I think, contributes to the diversity of the right. Contrary to what, on the other hand, is, relatively speaking, the lack of diversity on the left. Because on the
I will say I joked about that, but like it is true that as soon as I stopped
the
all like
left
the cringe
is so
fucking
diverse,
lefty
it's all
debates,
fucking white people.
Like look at like the panels I'm on. Like look at the diversity of people. Look how many black people that we've been talking to recently. Like look at how many different types of people we've gotten to talk to. Whereas like when it was Twitch, it was like all white, non-binary / trans, communist, socialists, like everything. It was like the whitest, most trans, most progressive, like everything. It was so fucking boring. Jesus Christ.
the left, you can't be a progressive whilst also simultaneously critiquing the left. You are not deemed a proper leftist if you are, for instance, pro-capitalism but anti-neoliberalism. You can't be considered a leftist if you are gay, if you are a lesbian, but you are also living a very conservative kind of life or vote for a conservative candidate. There is far more rigid criteria in place for why and how you can be a leftist relative to that of being on the right. And this increasingly is something that is in the favor of the right relative to the modern
Jesus.
left. And I think in this, the left is also
20 tier 1
not
subs gifted,
as
thanks.
appreciative of the multifaceted
Thanks,
talented
Muda.
and diverse
I love you,
nature
buddy.
of the right, because traditionally being on the right was very simply defined. It was a very simple label. But I think increasingly as modernity hits the right, things have inevitably changed. Our social world has changed. Religion doesn't hold as key a position in society. Conventional identities are no longer just accepted as the standard, and many on the right are appreciative of this, but ultimately still remain conservative, even if it is conservative with a small c. So with that in mind, I would like in the next part of this video to speak about some of the things I've noticed, particularly with the online left and online left-leaning video essayists and debaters. And these are things which I notice, which I think undermine the left and undermine the appeal of the left to a broader audience that I think ultimately the left is trying to attract, but is I think failing to because of a lot of the things which I have said above, especially about why I think people are leaving the left. The online left is very interesting. I don't think that they have a lot of power now, but I think increasingly as generations to come are socialized more and more so by the internet and online relative to by their families, their parents, their teachers and peers, we are going to see online leftists and the online left gaining more clout and more influence over an audience. And so I think it's important to talk about these things and to reckon with these things rather than just going along with them, because I think critique is important for anybody and for everybody in order to engage in discourse and in order to grow or to evolve.
You don't need to enclose engines and walls? I think you needed to a little bit because my other designs weren't working. I think.
I would say the first thing that I've noticed about the online left is that it is incredibly cliquey.
Today we are going to be talking about the creepy Balenciaga photo shoot you may have heard of.
Did you say creepy or clicky?
I helped accidentally kick off Balenciaga Gate, the bizarre defenses of the photo shoot, and how I lost friends over it. No, I'm not joking. The worst part about this is that this tweet came from a YouTuber who I've been friends with for years. Why is this person, who I thought was my friend, doing this unhinged Stretch Armstrong reach to imply I am responsible for the murder of LGBT people? This isn't how you would treat a friend. This isn't criticism. This isn't a joke. This is disgusting. Maybe this is karma, because I've dropped friends over politics before. Because honestly, I can't find any other explanation for this.
In this day and age, I would say that the alt-right clique, which we see online, doesn't really have to do much in appealing to new followers. And this is largely because there is, as I said, so much infighting among the left, and because the online left is very extreme in its opinions and is often then seen or caricatured as representing the entirety of the left. And it's very easy to do this when there is, as I said, so much infighting, and when the left really doesn't have a homogenous or very clear-cut identity relative to the right, even in all its multifaceted glory. So the cliquiness of the online left is not actually to its advantage. In fact, I think it just feeds into a lot of the infighting that we see in the generic left in North America and in Northern Europe. Because I think what is interesting is that when we look at alt-right cliques such as that of Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson, Candace Owens, Matt Walsh, etc., their allegiance is very much a political one.
Yeah, they disagree a lot.
Political collaborators. They are trying to politically influence and to
the right is so much better.
Trying to spread a particular
political advocacy,
economic message. They are in allegiance because there is some kind of self-interest, some kind of overall interest for them and for the brand that is, say, the Daily Wire. With the online left, however, their allegiance and their collaboration is not one that is sort of a higher purpose. It's about friendship. People who collaborate on YouTube on the left are friends, and a lot of their collaboration is based on their friendship, or the drama surrounding that friendship is based on personal things that then get
Mutual
exposed
collaboration.
in DMs, in conversations that they have together. It's all very much based on friendships ending or being created. And I think with anything that involves friendship, it's very hard, at least contemporarily, to go against your friends or to critique and criticize your friends. There is no room, space, or time for a critique of ideas and positions when there is only really time for friendship. There's no potential for ideas
You can't have 5
to
engines?
evolve, to be rectified,
Oh, I don't have enough
to be
energy? Are
discussed,
you sure?
to be rediscussed. When I watch left-leaning YouTubers who collaborate with each other, it's all laughing, it's all fun, it's all laughing at the other side, at something stupid that the right has done, etc. There's hardly any real hard-hitting discussions about ideas on the left, about macroeconomics, about macro politics, about the world and society and the place of the left within it. What can be
you're
done
right.
about the current state of the world, the current
No, wait.
situation that we find ourselves in? The clique serves nobody but the individuals involved when it comes to the left, relative to the alt-right clique, the most notable one of the Daily Wire. It is a clique
works.
that
We'll be
has
fine.
significance, that goes way beyond its members. If you replaced any one of them with somebody else, the clique would still be there. It would still hold because it has an overarching purpose. You could replace Ben Shapiro with any Tom, Dick, or Harry. It doesn't matter. Candace Owens could be booted out and they could get another Candace. It would be fine. It would still exist. The same cannot be said for the left. Now, this relates directly to what I said about political dogma and also about the convenience of, I think, lazy argumentation that the left is particularly susceptible to. Now, when I say this, I'm in no way saying that, contrary to the right, the left is lazy. Oh, no, not at all. I think that it's just that what I said about the left having potential, particularly insofar as historically the left has rarely been all
Should
about
take it.
labor. And I don't mean labor as in the political sense or the political word and connotation of labor. I mean true labor. The left has worked throughout history, hard and brutally, and it has produced the most exceptional things, the most exceptional inventions, the most exceptional structures, architecture, things that we take for granted in the world are down to just the common man and woman laboring. And so I'm in no way saying that the right isn't lazy. I just think that, ironically, a lot more things are to the right's advantage, and that is just an example of how particular politics is just that. It's politics, it's contradictory, it's unfair, and we have to accept it and work with it and go with it. And I think that this particular issue is one in which the left really does not fare well in, and increasingly will not. The left used to be on the side
Oh, Azrael,
of
thanks for tier
the
4 membership on
working
YouTube, buddy.
class, specifically the white working class. Something pivotal happened in the 1980s. I think a lot of things that we can reference back to really stems from the 1980s, from the governments of Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan. But in short, the left didn't put up any opposition and ultimately actually just accepted and consolidated the neoliberal policies and initiatives of the Thatcher and Reagan governments. We have seen the rise of the new left or new Labour in the UK, and very much a sort of new rebranding of the left. But it is a rebranding that is very ambiguous and very much lacking in identity, something I will get to shortly. But I think in this, as I said, the left seems to be drawn to micro issues as opposed to macro issues. And I think the most obvious micro issue that the left is very, very much drawn to, especially younger members of the left, is transgender rights and transgender issues. And I think in this, the left has very much left or just abandoned the white working class, who tend to be very traditionalist, who tend to be patriotic, who tend to have lower levels of education than the, I would say, the new left perspective and new leftists, who have had their identity since the 1980s virtually ripped from them after the demise of trade unions and unionism, of manual labor, of communities very much based in the working class ethic, in the labor ethic. And the same can most definitely definitely be said for, I would say, the North Americas, specifically the US.
Where in the world is this possible? Because I would like to go there and contribute.
Respectfully, I'm born and raised in the South and racism around my family, and I off. Would y'all honestly say as white people that racism ruined every aspect? I was never raised that way. I live in a small town, and if we heard racist shit, we popped off. Common decency and respect goes for everybody.
Shit, fire, and save matches. Somebody woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. Seems like she's wanting to go back to the 1700s where everybody was just mean to everybody else. Honey, if you want to go somewhere where you want to contribute to that little factor, why don't you come on down to the South? You know, I mean, because apparently we're racist towards everybody. We don't pop nobody for being racist towards anybody else. That's a myth. You know, you be safe, you be fine. I'm sure you'd make it down the block. But that's besides the point. I mean, you want to come down here and try it, you're more than welcome.
And so as the left preoccupies itself with micro issues, we have a bit of a conundrum. And the conundrum is that the modern left does not seem willing or wanting to in any way engage with trying to understand the perspective of those whom the left has now left behind since the 1980s. Nor does it seem willing to appreciate that the majority of people in the world are far more concerned with macro issues when we are talking about politics, or with their own individual issues, namely that of their families. And the left, rather than trying to understand this, trying to engage with this particular demographic, which it has historically now left behind, instead tends to just label these individuals as racists, as bigots, as transphobes, as all of these sort of phobias, which is why I say that the left has this issue of calling everyone, everywhere, anywhere, some kind of phobia, some kind of issue. And in that, not having to deal with that issue, not
Where
having
the fuck
to do
did
the
these guys,
labor
how
to
did they
try
get in
and
my
understand
base?
where somebody or some groups are coming from. Hello, editing me.
Why
once
editing
again.
you?
Since the arrest of Andrew Tate, I have been thinking about this quite thoroughly. On Twitter and on YouTube, it is very apparent that the left doesn't know how to talk about masculinity, nor to give masculinity a positive voice. And I think this not knowing how to talk about masculinity stems from the fear, the very modern fear of masculinity among the left, particularly stemming from feminism and feminist rhetoric. And don't come after me, I am a feminist. But there are very important things to consider when it comes to feminism and it comes to the online left's fixation with, as I said, micro issues such as those that I have referenced, or reducing everything to systematic factors, such as being the issue of capitalism, being the issue of patriarchy, being the issue of racism. Things which are well and good in theoretical terms, but when it comes to individuals navigating their lives day to day nonchalantly, these theoretical terms and notions of systemic issues or micro issues are pretty inane. Contrary to the online left, the rhetoric of reactionaries or essentialist ideas about the world are very accessible, they're also pretty welcoming, and they address something that I think we can see most definitely with modern masculinity, that of great neglect of men and modern men and socializing and the socialization of modern men, mutual respect for the concerns and issues surrounding and involving men, tolerance and understanding for masculinity and men growing up in this world, as well as anxiety. Examples such as Andrew Tate are interesting instances of how reactionary politics can offer practical responses to the cost of living, to masculinity, to a society which fixates on appearances, on the physical, on sex, to globalization, to multiculturalism, especially for those who are increasingly being left behind and ignored, not just by society in general, but specifically by the left. Reactionary politics is very good at framing itself as being there in order to help people, as well as attracting those who resonate with their message without actually being hateful, bad people, racist people, whatever phobia people themselves, who otherwise feel neglected, ignored, and as if their life is not going anywhere. We are living in a loneliness epidemic, and the unaliving rates for men are exponentially higher than that of women. Generically, the online left doesn't speak about this nor acknowledges that this is even happening. So when reactionaries have the language of taking back control, sovereignty, autonomy, making America and therefore by extension yourself great again, it is again no wonder that individuals are drawn to this rhetoric and these narratives. Although Andrew Tate is a misogynist troll, he does also say things which resonate with an audience. Both can be true at the same time. He talks very interestingly and I think quite profoundly, if I can use that word, about the seeming moral decline in Western civilizations, about the lack of moral homogeneity and its consequences on society, its consequences on safety, on feeling at home. Reactionaries and extremists, scapegoat groups, of course we know this, but as I said, it's important to still look at these things through a lens of understanding as well as empathy, especially when that empathy and understanding is needed for individuals who the left is meant to be representing.
He's just like really annoying about how normal he is. Like nothing he says is surprising to me. You're just super into where things are currently and you think politics is cringe. Left and right, they're both cringe. I don't even watch the news. You have political takes, but because you don't pay attention to politics, they're completely uninformed. Like most average people, you're just like way more online, so you're into fucking constantly talking about how much you hate women.
I am a proud feminist and I like your videos. People like that excluding me from my own movement by including a bunch of issues that have nothing to do with women.
Hey! Do you know what she's talking about? What issues do you think she's talking about, man? A bunch of issues that have nothing to do with women. Brother, that is a transphobe. That is a transphobic, exclusionary, radical feminist.
Damn.
That's why she's a feminist and also a transphobe. Instead of reading comments from pieces of shit that don't think trans women are women, maybe read some comments from my chat that say, I used to watch Sensitive Society and I really fucking hate him now because I grew up and it took me a while to realize how bigoted he is.
Wow.
I'll just read the back and forth between Tara Mugni and another subscriber before commenting on it specifically. They, Abba and Preach, love going.
You disagree with everything she said so far? No, it's essentially the same comments I've always had. I don't know why you guys are like, react. I don't know what you want me to say. True. Like, she's restating a bunch of shit that I've said a million fucking times.
Trans people, so it's a no from me. The idea that Tara thinks Abba and Preach are transphobic is giving me cognitive dissonance, because I like some of her content, but that take is way off. But it is what it is. Are you kidding? Not at all, Tara. It's fine though. I can concede that a difference in opinion is bound to happen. I couldn't get the screenshot, but Tara began to list some titles from Abba and Preach content. Another dog whistling title, Trans woman enters female bathroom and this happened. They know what they're doing. Trying to bait a transphobic reactionary audience is transphobia. Stop pretending it isn't, good lord. If someone were to title a video, Woman Protesters Lost It, and proceeds to show women losing it, that is, acting out, yelling, etc., I wouldn't say they are automatically woman haters. It's ignorant to assume anything that shows trans people in a bad light is automatically transphobic. And Tara didn't respond. I find this interaction fascinating and also an example of the problem which I see with the left when it comes to such issues. If you watch Abba and Preach's content, they most definitely are not transphobic. They are very pro-trans rights, trans individuals, but they are also very understanding and very sympathetic toward the concerns which are raised by women, biological women, and by feminists.
You know what pisses me off? Is that that's not the majority of trans people.
Absolutely.
That's not the majority of trans.
Absolutely.
There's and that's the fucked up thing is that there's a couple of people like that derail the whole discussion, the real discussion that we're supposed to have, and derail what's really going on, and makes everybody in that category look bad. That's not all trans people. That's not them. Not all men, not all trans.
Also, you know, I think a lot of folks are online all the time, and so they expect everybody to be like up to date on all this lingo and everything else happening, and it's just not the case. I go to most of my friends, I go to people in my family, like none of these people know about any of this stuff. So if I would have asked them, what does this person look like to y'all, they would have probably said something similar. So you have to understand where people are at with this conversation and coming at it from any other perspective is a losing battle because you're convinced the world is supposed to be one way based off your online interactions or whatever the fuck it might be. Reality is just completely different. Like I said, this person is actually far more progressive than a lot of other people out there. Because this person said, what would you like to be called? And instead of just telling them what you want and then they can do it,
you try to do a whole switch.
You try to get to the root of like what they think and everything else. Like, yo, just keep it pushing, bro. I'm not out here talking to store clerks trying to solve their internal race. Like, it is what it is. Just be respectful of me when I'm in your store, and I'll be respectful of you. And I don't need to know all your fucking personal views. I don't even need you to agree with me. Let's just get this shit right. I'm not here to go send you to sensitivity training. That's not what I'm here. Do your transactions and bitch be gone.
Overall, they add a particular kind of nuance to the conversation. Whether you agree with it or not is irrelevant to the fact that they are in no way anti-trans individuals or anti-trans rights. And I think for Tara to instinctively label them transphobic and to then insinuate that this individual is somehow peddling to transphobes or to a transphobic perspective by actually agreeing with Abba and Preach or by having a different opinion is really not where we want to be, I think, in politics, or at least not where the left wants to be, insofar as persuading individuals, insofar as doing the labor necessary in order to really get people on board with how it perceives and sees the world. The idea of being on the right side of history and instead of engaging in political discourse that may be uncomfortable, that may not be at least within your sphere of interest or concern or within the kind of lived experience that you have, but is vital to good politics, is missing here. Rather than engaging with the other side or with a different perspective, it is easier to just ignore it. And I think this feeds into my third point. Abstract identities. This is one that I personally resonate with when it comes to leftist politics. The left has always had the potential to care, and the potential to care for more people than just one's immediate friends and family and community, but to actually care for individuals who go the world and beyond.
I believe that we can make contact with other beings and other civilizations if we expand our consciousness. So
the online left doesn't care about people. It cares about abstract people. Based on my politicized identity, based on my personal identity, I would be the poster child. I should be the poster child for the left, for the modern left. I am a queer woman. I am black. I am a minority. I'm not even considered working class because I'm an immigrant. Abstracts are convenient to care about because abstract.
This is like there's like a reframing of what I've said, where it's like left-leaning people can only talk to classes or groups of people, but they can never talk to an individual. It's a huge problem because people don't ever interpret things as classes. People interpret things as individuals always.
Importantly, don't have to be engaged with. You can look at them from afar in your ivory tower. They're also simple to understand, and therefore you can group people and label them easily. And I think this is something that the left is very susceptible to. It cares about abstracts because abstracts are convenient and understandable. The abstract black person is having to navigate their way through a jungle of microaggressions and racism in the modern world. The abstract white person is privileged, is unaware of the internal biases that they hold. However, when we go to the personal level, things are very different. And when you are continually confronted with people either ignoring you because you don't subscribe to the abstract identity which they have bestowed on you, or when you are just ignored, or you are told that there's something wrong with you, not with them, or their perspective on such an issue, or their inability to humanize you, it is no wonder that individuals are moving to the right in order to find some kind of identity and acceptance.
Being white, but also marginalized being a woman. So this.
Guys, I have no understanding of politics, okay? All my life I just called myself a Democrat because that was like the cool thing for my fucking friends to say. And then one day I went to college where there were gender neutral bathrooms and I was too dumb to read the signs, so I got really scared. Then there was a trigger warning, which for some reason bothered me. I don't exactly know why. If only there was a trigger warning that there was a trigger warning. And then they asked me to write about intersectionality, a very real thing that exists, but again, I'm too dumb to understand. What the fuck? Yes, You realize there's such a thing as having white privilege while that also intersects with marginalization for being a woman? You realize this is like a regular thing, right? It's easy. I will explain it to you, okay? I'll explain it to you like you're a kindergarten, since that seems to be the brain capacity that you're running on. There exists a little thing called subconscious bias. We all have subconscious biases. Subconscious biases tend to privilege those who are white, because white people tend to be the majority. More people are familiar with white people, and hence tend to see white people as normal, essentially. There's already plenty of evidence showing that subconscious bias plays a role in helping or causing some people to literally perceive black people as being more criminal or more dangerous or scary or whatnot. So those are subconscious biases that, although are subconscious, they are not an intentional, malicious attempt at being racist. They do absolutely exist, and that results in downsides for people of color, hence leading to also privilege for people who are white. It's that simple.
Mutual humanization starts with talking to one another. Because in talking to each other, that's when we humanize individuals, when we see them beyond merely the color of their skin, their gender, beyond their political identities. When we see them as nuanced individuals with different and varying opinions on a multitude of issues and concerns, where we have to actually take the time, where we have to be patient in understanding them, in trying to get from A to B together. And this is where I get onto, I would say, the more debate sphere of the left online, at least what I see of the debate sphere. Because when it comes to politicized identities being prioritized over actual, real, authentic, individual identities, we get to a point where, for instance, the left becomes obsessed with the past, particularly with making individuals in the present pay for the past, without appreciating the nuance, the multifaceted nature of identities in the here and now. So I think the online left needs to really reevaluate sort of how it labels individuals, how it perpetually identifies, and I would say more than often misidentifies people based purely on a politicized identity, which is often just bestowed on people based on their physical appearance and attributes. Editing me once again. I recently watched what I think is going to probably blow up and everybody's going to cover, this debate between feminists and anti-feminists, or individuals who are not feminists, on Vice. It featured an incredibly diverse panel of individuals. I found this panel, or this debate, indicative of where the left is falling dramatically short.
It's getting personal. I don't want it to be personal. A lot of us live in this space where we're told that our opinions don't count because they're not the right kind of opinions, and we're constantly shouted over and talked over regardless of what we look like, because there's one group in society that basically takes precedence, and it's frustrating. So yeah, of course, it's frustrating because when we try to talk about it, we get shouted down, we get told to be quiet, we get spoken down too as well.
Okay. This reminds me when that Harvard lady was in front of Congress and she thought she was etching out that big win when was it Jim Jordan, or who was she arguing against? He was like, when women are talking about abortion, she's like, birthing people, you're being transphobic. And I think like the whole online left like fucking clapped and cheered, like she was etching out the biggest fucking W of all time. And it was just like, to every other like person, it was cringe as fuck.
There's hostility there for plenty of women.
Let's try to make this an opportunity to speak.
You're literally a white woman from Australia. You live in a bubble and you're pissed that voices that have been silenced forever finally can be heard.
As I've said, this is not good politics. This is very, very weak politics, and it alienates many people, many voices, and the importance of the very thing which allegedly we're all meant to be standing for, namely inclusivity. What I found interesting about this panel was how one of the panelists, who most definitely was a leftist and identified herself as such, Yelda Ali, responded and reacted to Sydney Watson. Now, you can think what you want about Sydney Watson or about Pearl, you know, that's not what's important here. What is important, I think, is how this individual, Yelda, responded to merely listening to two women expressing their personal experiences and their feelings about being woman, being white woman in modern society. Based on an interview which Yelda did with Vice a few years ago, she is an entrepreneur. She founded an organization called Camel Assemblies, and I found it intriguing how she describes Camel Assemblies. What we have suddenly, that is, in Camel Assemblies worldwide, is a whole bunch of powerful women that are in a room together, but there's no take culture. There's actual listening and thinking honestly, okay, who is this person? What is her purpose? So it seems quite ironic that this individual stands for listening, for women being authentic, sharing their fears, their hopes, their dreams, where they are in their lives. Yet when two women try to, irrespective of whether you like them or not, Pearl, for instance, was sharing how she competes at a semi-professional level in basketball, I believe, and how she doesn't believe that trans women should compete in women's basketball professionally.
Confidence can't make me 6'7".
So hostile. She's sharing her
And confidence
experience
can't make
in
me
a
6'7".
specific
No, she's
field.
sharing. And I'd have to go.
No, she's not.
She's sharing trans misogyny.
You guys are so obsessed with your own experiences and your own existence, and yet when a woman is sitting here telling you, I feel as though this is unfair and this is compromising and this situation is not helping women, you guys are like, meh, meh, meh. But when you're like, I'm a black person that did this, and this, then it's valid and fair and viable.
Sydney was sharing her experience.
I think it was this video.
Before, I want to visit with you, Ms. Maskey, but before I do, I just want to clear one thing up. Professor Bridges, you said several times, you've used a phrase, I want to make sure I understand what you mean by it. You've referred to people with a capacity for pregnancy. Would that be women?
Many women, cis women, have the capacity for pregnancy. Many cis women do not have the capacity for pregnancy. There are also trans men who are capable of pregnancy, as well as non-binary people who are capable of pregnancy.
So this isn't really a women's rights issue.
We can recognize that this impacts women while also recognizing that it impacts other groups. Those things are not mutually exclusive, Senator Hawley.
Oh, so your view is that the core of this right then is about what?
So I want to recognize that your line of questioning is transphobic, and it opens up trans people to violence by not recognizing them.
Wow, you're saying that I'm opening up people to violence by asking whether or not women are the folks who can have pregnancies?
So I want to note that 1 out of 5 transgender persons have attempted suicide. So I think it's important
because of my line of questioning? So we can't talk about it?
Because denying that trans people exist and pretending not to know that they exist.
I'm denying that trans people exist by asking you if you're talking about women having pregnancies?
Do you believe that men can get pregnant?
No, I don't think women can get
So
pregnant.
you are denying that trans people exist?
And that leads to violence? Is this how you run your classroom? Are students allowed to question you?
Absolutely.
Or are they also treated like this? Where
No,
they're
they're
told
allowed
that
to
they're
question.
opening up people to violence?
We have a good
by
time in my
questioning.
class. You should join.
I bet.
You might learn a lot.
Wow, I would learn a lot. I've learned a lot
I
just in
know,
this exchange.
absolutely.
Extraordinary.
This like so many lefties online were talking about how this was like a massive W and she like killed it, and I'm like, I think every other normal American is looking at this and like cringing to death, or just thinking that like, wow, these people are fucking insane. But
of the hashtag #MeToo movement and about being a white woman, you could see Yelda's response. And in terms of this being something that represents the left, it is sad to see, and it is disheartening to see.
how is she supposed to respond to that gotcha? You don't ever put yourself in that position. Abortion is a women's issue. Just full stop. Boom. That's it. That's just it. That's it. Pretty simple.
That in the face of being unable to debate, being able to engage with the other side, they are merely laughed down and reduced to their physical attributes as opposed to their individuality and individual experiences. Increasingly, this seems to be something that the right in all its diversity,
Wait,
as I've
is this one?
explained, is far more proficient in doing. And this is definitely an area where the left needs to up its game. And we can see this just from the comment section of this Vice video. I'll link it down below for you to go and see if you'd like to, even to just read the comment section, because it's very interesting how even with Vice, which very much, at least you can see by the editing, was, I think, on the side of the majority panelists who were feminists, who were very intersectional, really came out looking bad. I don't really know how to conclude this video, but I think What I said really comes down to the need for the left to realize its potential and to work in order to see that potential manifest itself. Because I think...
To be fair, I don't think it's wrong to say it's not really a women's issue when trans men and non-binary people can get pregnant. First of all, no, I'm not gonna give you that one. I don't believe that trans men legitimately are getting or want to get pregnant. When you start taking hormones, when you start doing testosterone and stuff, as a trans man, like, your ability to reproduce, like, is dramatically affected. And I don't believe that there are all these if you're like a trans man and then you have a desire to, and then you get pregnant, and like, you're something else. You're doing something else at this point. No, I'm gonna dump that completely. I don't buy into that. That's wacky. That's goofy. That's some goofy shit. And then, and even if it was the case, like, not all women can get pregnant, but it's still a woman's issue. Like, it's just, like, abortion is, like, yeah, because at this point we basically have no more there's no men's issues, there's no women's issues, it's just all, like, everybody's issues. Like, that's just stupid. It's just dumb. It's corny.
I think that the one thing that the right most definitely does not have on its side is the fact that people are increasingly unhappy, that people are increasingly lost within the political landscape, and that being told, which is a systematic tenet of the right, that you just have to work harder in order to get by in life, does not align itself to the increasingly poorer, increasingly marginalized, and those lacking in political power who are on the right. The left, if it wants to attract humanity to it, if it wants to revitalize a modern politics that is incredibly stale, incredibly disenchanting, and is literally ruining the lives of the vast majority of people across the world, needs to up its game big time. Thank you so much for watching this video. I would love to hear your opinions down in the comment section. Please be respectful, but also please critique me on anything and everything that I've said. I'd love to start a conversation and a discussion about all of this, because this has just been something that's been on my mind this year, especially just being more so on YouTube.
Okay, apparently FD Signifier got big mad at this. Do I just want to, like, fill the rest of my shit with, like, boxes? Is that the goal? It looks ugly. This looks ugly as fuck. With laser turrets? You think I need more than this?
Another batch of classified documents from President Biden's time as vice president.
Nice. New police fatal tasering at BLM activists. Jesus. Okay, hold on. I just need to see what I want to launch a ship today because I need to start doing space shit. I really just want to go delete that asteroid belt, so I need to land there because the save is taking forever. It helps to store the steam in a tank as well as the water. Why the fuck would I have to store steam in a tank? I can just store water. Okay, what do I need? I need to pump some ion shit into here. Okay, hold on. I need to pump some water into here, yeah? How do I pump things into, like, a ship? You can put ghosts of miners in preferred patches so trimming belts won't delete those. Yeah, I'll just land over there, okay? Underground pipes, okay. What? Twitter files for, gotcha. Hold on, let me just rest for 1 second. Somebody takes on the anime remakes we grew up with. Trigun up now after Cowboy Bebop.
Young Bosch here. I got my start in voiceover many moons ago on a series called Trigun, a sci-fi western anime with an awesome story.
I don't know. It'd be nice to see a new anime, but yeah, fuck it. Trigun was cool. Seen the new Nier Automata anime? Nope. Okay, so underground pipes.
Bullshit.
Ugh. Alright, we'll figure this out.
Hello.
Don't like.
If you can't, then I'll sort it out. But I've sort of I have planned this quite extensively, I think, in terms of the audio and everything, to try and get it all in order. So yes, let's move on here, and let's begin. And I will be stopping and pausing every now
Wrong
and again.
video? FD signifier response to my bad takes and dog whistling. Oh.
All right. I mean, I thought we was gonna go about this a little differently, but it's cool. It's don't nobody go over there talking shit.
Yeah. So we're gonna, like, for real though, we're gonna be kind in the chat. I'm not about to have any content I put out. I've tried reacting to stuff before, and I always vault it because I don't like how this feels. Right? I don't like making direct dunk content. But this was something I thought was really important to respond to because it's indicative of a challenge. I think, Kalamar, you in there? It's indicative of a challenge that I think we haven't engaged with a lot, which is like directly like engaging with the moderate take.
Yeah. Also, so Aronach, that's the one you gotta throw Monier today. You gotta let that motherfucker fly.
And so,
bro, fuck off.
Like, I know people that will watch this and be like, yeah, I agree with everything. And then I'll have to like, and I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna jump them, right? I'm gonna be like, all right, let me explain to you all the things that are wrong with what you just presented. And I'm gonna try to do it in a way that is not cathartic for me as a person, dunking on somebody's bad takes, but just hoping that a person gets it, right? And I feel like more people are like what we get from this video than your typical chud, your typical alt-right, goofball, etc. And so they can get all the smoke, that. But like, I wanted for this to be like, all right, if we were not online and this is like a group get together, if somebody came out with these takes, we all sitting in the living room, you know what I'm saying? If somebody had these takes, I want to respond with the energy I would have in a private setting versus as a.
What are they? Okay, stop tagging me. You're probably gonna get big bans. Stop tagging me for 50 million opinions on 50 million things for 50 million requests. Please stop, Jesus. What does this sentence say? Kidology said she's never gotten more hate comments after FD Signifier reacted to her content. Are you saying she's never gotten more hate comments than after FD Signifier reacted to her content? Okay, I think that's what you mean. Okay, Jesus, fuck.
As a content,
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
So you're saying I gotta like rub my nose and let out a sigh first.
Yes.
And then respond.
Bring it down a little bit. Let me introduce people that just came in. Color Mine. Let me hide. Can I just? All right, we're gonna do that for a second. So just make sure everybody gets a chance to say what's up. Lua, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hey everyone, I'm Lua. I have a channel called Professor Flowers, and
oh God.
Yeah, I was very interested in this video, and I'm interested in talking about it tonight.
Indeed.
I'm trying to use your advice and take the as if the person was here. I'm very
All
interested.
right, let me
Do that.
breathe. Let me breathe because I'm being messy. I'm being messy.
Colorblind. I understand why. I understand why. I don't want to.
I don't want to discredit the group, so to speak. I'm just go on, Negro. Go on and say what you got to say.
We gonna get through this. We're gonna breathe.
We're gonna breathe.
Hey, my name is Tayo. I run a show on YouTube called Colormind, which is the place where I talk about things that I've thought about so other people can think about them too, usually relating around money, media, or mental health around Black men. And I'm the person who showed. Yes, this is my doing because I saw this video.
Yeah, you did this shit, didn't you?
And
Matter
it
of fact,
made me feel very conflicted because for reasons that I think we're gonna get to. You know, it does feel like I know this person. I know how these arguments are formulated, and yeah, maybe it is time for us to start talking about how can we directly address what pushes people either away from the left or closer to the middle of the left.
To the right. Liberal. Yeah. So to kind of give some background. Oh, and Bellamy, I guess you was in here laughing, but just go ahead and introduce yourself.
All right, my name y'all just call me Bellamy for now. I'm playing with name changes as is par for the course for me every 6 months. But I make content. I stream a lot more than I actually upload videos. But I just finished finished writing a video. Aronach read it, and I'm going to be filming that soon. So it's coming out. We're working on it. We're getting there. I'm also a PhD student at Temple University in the Geography and Urban Studies Department, and to give you an idea of what I study would be impossible in enough time. So we're just gonna let that shit ride.
Indeed. Okay, so to give some background, this is Kidology. Kidology is a Black queer British woman who makes content. I think everybody on here has watched her content genuinely at some point.
Yeah. There was a couple of videos I seen from her. I was like, all right, cool. She talking about her shit. I'm like, all right, whatever. And then a couple of them,
yeah. I think all of us at a certain point started to hear, and I don't know if it's fair being charitable. I don't want to call them dog whistles at this point.
Oh my fucking god!
Because
cringe.
When you're not aware that things are dog whistles, that's how they work. They're the status quo angles on certain issues, and so I think all of us recognize there's some takes in here that sound familiar and sound really close to
let me get my notes up.
Certain right wing nomenclature. But I think all of us still watch because Kidology. What's funny, one of the things I said is that she's very good. She's very talented. If she wanted, I think she's very genuine because she could easily pick a side and be at 500,000 subscribers right now.
Oh no, these are her beliefs for sure.
So
this ain't she ain't fronting. This ain't no lie. This what she think. There's problems with it, but it's different. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like you say, you talking to somebody. This is middle of the road, mainstream. Probably how most folks think.
Right.
The inconsistencies are almost more genuine or more earnest. I feel like.
Yeah, they're earnest for sure. I don't think she's a liar, and I don't think she's a grifter. I wouldn't even compare her. And it was one of the videos she made before. People was comparing her to Candace Owens, and I think that's an unfair comparison.
No, that was low key racist.
That was racist, low key, nigga. That was racist as a motherfucker.
Just a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so I watched that video, right? I disagree with parts of it.
Yeah.
But I watched it, and I never felt the need to I'm not a respond video type of person. When I'm at least in my
You just got a trimming planet. I've got to trim the Astro Belt, but I need to go land there first, then I'll trim it. Yeah, because it's fucking my sailboat.
But this video hit so clear a mark that I was like, this would be an excellent opportunity to engage. So this is a video called Kindly Do Better, which is basically her prescription on why the left
isn't in this bag right now. And that that end statement, that end point, I don't know if it's so wrong, especially the online left. Hell, I was making a video a lot like this video that I just changed up. That I don't know if it's going to be the same thing when it hits, but like we agree on that. I think we all on the panel agree on that. The online left has some major problems.
I mean, it ain't even just online left. It's online because it happens in person, so it's the same shit to me.
It's also very true. But her reasoning why and how she arrived at some of her points was just so illustrative of some other issues that I just wanted to talk about. So we got some timestamps, and I didn't pull them up yet. But I wanted to start.
I ain't put enough of them in there either. So
yeah, I wanted to start from the beginning because at the very beginning, it's kind of evident what really what the whole video's about. If I'm real, in the first like couple minutes, we're gonna skip the intro. We're gonna skip. Let's see.
Micro issue.
Yeah, we're gonna skip the part where the current
My
situation.
bad. Nah. I she you woman, you got me cracking up. She typed it.
Best behavior in the chat. Like
nah. She ain't do nothing. It's just that she said that, and it made me laugh because the take was so ridiculous. I couldn't tolerate it.
All right, so can y'all hear?
Am I filming this video on Christmas Day? 1000% yes. There is no rest for the wicked. I was rather sad to read a few.
No, just because like I know that's proper etiquette for streaming, right?
A few days ago that a columnist who I follow quite regularly who writes for The Guardian, Hadley Friedman, has resigned. Hadley Friedman is a columnist. She's a writer, an author, and also a journalist of American-British descent. She's been writing for The Guardian for well over 2 years, and I've been reading her since she wrote purely about fashion, and then moved on to writing.
Captions too, please.
Oh, yes.
Those captions. Some of us got ADD.
My bad.
More about social and political issues. I was pretty surprised to hear that she had resigned because she is sort of the creme de la creme of The Guardian and everything that it tends to stand for. An appreciation of identity politics, of diversity, of our changing world, an appreciation for progress, criticism of elites, as well as feminism, particularly.
That's the guy in your chat? Wait, right now? Is this guy in my chat right now?
I guess in a way we could say that they're heading toward fourth wave feminism. And she writes incredibly well. Even though I don't agree with her on a lot of things, I still can appreciate that she is an exceptional journalist. And so the reason for her resignation that I heard on Woman's Hour was truly shocking.
You are saying that you specifically were not allowed to write about this. Are you saying others were and you weren't? No, I was specifically not allowed. I was specifically told by a
Trigger warning for transphobia coming.
2019, I think. And others were either. I know multiple reporters who asked if they could interview.
Did we really just say trigger warning transphobia? Mate, come the fuck on. Holy shit.
Maya Forstater during her case, Alison Bailey, Jester Walls. I asked about interviewing J.K. Rowling and Martina Navratilova, and we were all told no. Meanwhile, you know, the pick.
All right, I don't really have to go. I feel like y'all heard the dog.
He's trolling? Is he? How can you tell? Stop! You're not allowed to say they're trolling. How can you tell if they're trolling when people legitimately like do shit like this? Bro, they just renamed the brownies in fucking Canada to something different because people are so fucking triggered over the name. You're not allowed to troll when you actually act like an entitled whiny bitch. Like you can't do that. Jesus, fuck off. Oh my God.
And it's set up in an interesting way though, right? Because like she comes into it, and when she plays the quote, it's like, oh, they won't let me interview gender critical folk, but you already know about The Guardian. You already have this sort of connotation. And in that, you either have two ways to look at it, right? If you kind of know the dog whistle, you're like, well, being gender critical really tends to lean to like, why, in what capacity would you want to interview a gender critical person in which the Guardian would be like, no, right? Like if you know that dog
Guardian
whistle,
of all places,
right?
The
like
Guardian.
you're gonna know that answer. But if you don't think that way because you haven't been exposed to it,
what was it? Dog whistle? I think gender critical can refer to it can refer to people that are anti-trans, I believe is the point that they're making. Wait, does this not go? Oh, sorry.
Oh, well, I learned you're supposed to let both sides speak. It's crazy that my beloved Guardian isn't gonna let what seems like to them a black and white suppression of what they only hear, right? That's even a great term they use, gender critical, against like, you know, people that are pro-trans people.
And she also calls it gender realist too, like when she later on in the video.
Can you drag any of these people on? No, all of these people are hardcore, strict bubble chamber people. Professor Flowers would never talk to me. I think she's even said that explicitly. FD Signifier won't talk to any debate person because he can't defend any of his ideas because he's a fucking moron. And I don't know about the other dude, probably the same, but no, none of these people are very usually like highly non-confrontational. They don't want to be challenged ever. It's just they sit in circle jerks and then they circle jerk about other shit and then they wonder why nobody likes them and nobody believes any of the dumb shit they talk about.
More, she says that they're called gender critical, and she's like, I like to say gender realist. That's what she says. Yeah, it was pretty. It was.
Baby,
it was like, why won't they let you write these articles? I wonder why. And then you look, it's like, oh, that makes sense.
So this is the fundamental frustration I think I have with most of this whole video, right? And I'm glad that we got to it here because then we just talk about it. When you're trying to do things like, not even necessarily like be an anti-fascist or do anti-fascism, right? When you're just trying to resist all of the various bigotries that there are, which I would argue is anti-fascism, but I just want to make sure there's a distinction between that specific thing and what I'm talking about. It requires you to oppose those things, right? It's not about like, oh, we need to hear them out. We need to hear them out. Like, no, like that
Let's go.
ideology. I mean, you could argue that it's literally just fascism, but they overlap with fascism enough that
Everything
the line
is fascism
is
now.
not.
I don't think, by the way, I don't think either not a single one of these people on this panel has any idea what fascism is. I'm pretty sure if you were to ask for a definition, I don't know if anybody could give one right here.
Like, no, you don't polite fascism out of existence.
Right. It's not a debate.
Nah, you suppress that shit. You fight that. That's how this works.
Yeah. And she characterized
Like, as cringe as like all the red pill like content is with black people that we do, I would a million times rather talk about like what are issues that face like the black community today, what are issues in dating standards, difference between men and women, all that. Even if they feel like their answers are wrong, it's just way more relevant than like this cringe fucking like this is like the whitest fucking shit ever to complain about. And somehow it's for black people like obsessing over like, I think this is fascism. We can't resist. How do we resist fascism? Like, bro, you've labeled like 90% of the population fascist. You guys are fucking wild, okay? Out of pocket. You guys are insane. Like, Jesus. Like, fascism is when I don't like the thing. It's so fucking cringe. God, it's so trash. All this content is just fucking it's like garbage. It's like, this is like the most ivory towered fucking type of conversation you could ever have. It's like, I think it's all fascist or fascist adjacent. Like, okay, bro.
This is it throughout the video, and you all will see, we're not going to watch the whole video, but she characterizes it as laziness from the left and how we just kind of dismiss these perspectives that we have not, and this is not like shit we made up, right? This is the medical science here in the West. This is a good generation of sociological, psychological study. This is not like, you know, I know people have issues, I don't know, xenopronouns, which is a new manifestation that I'm perfectly fine with, by the way. I just want to be clear.
We know, don't
But
worry.
it's not like something that's just like brand new. It's just brand new to people who are moderates, to people who are status quo, who are invested in the status quo.
To the hegemon.
To the hegemon, right. And is there something to packaging that messaging more efficiently? Sure. But it's very insidious to present this both sides perspective of, I left The Guardian because they wouldn't let me interview certain people. Like, who are those?
I left The Guardian because they wouldn't let me be more transphobic than the Guardian.
What is a xenopronoun? He meant to say neopronoun.
You're so willing to tolerate. That's what the fuck you just said to me.
Yeah. And one thing I want to be critical of is that we, especially in the video essayist sphere, we're analytical, we're analyzers. And what we will do, because that's how we're trained, is extrapolate significant things and meaning from maybe small, maybe tenuously connected pieces, right? But this isn't that. And I just want to be clear. I'm going to try to make the distinction between moments when we extrapolate and moments where I think it's very loud. So Kidology was very clear. She admires this woman. She loves The Guardian.
Stop. He meant neopronouns. I know that xenopronouns are a thing, but that's a really weird esoteric thing. He's talking about neopronouns. That's what he meant.
I mean,
and then she played this particular clip. You know,
that's what I'm saying. Like what you like whatever. We talk about that later. But gender critical feminism or gender realism, like that's so many people have already taken that apart that we're kind of to the point where it's not an ideology that we debate with,
right?
Because it's either just fascism or it's right next to fascism. If you
like, imagine disagreeing with trans stuff makes you a fascist. How the fuck is that even possible?
Just look at who the people who espouse this ideology associate with. It gives you clues about what the ideology actually is.
I want to pull up an article I came across. I don't remember which. I just want to, and I'm just going to show you the. Let's see, just real quick. Y'all know I'm slow, so it's never real quick with me.
Okay, now what? Let me.
Some more transphobia. So let me just hold on. Let me real quick. So we're going to be getting. There's going to be a lot of transphobia and trans antagonistic dog whistles, dog alarms. Just so as we continue.
My retarded just not actually saying anything. What they like to pretend, and that's because they only talk to their own kind, right? They only ever talk to ultra lefties. That's it, or other ultra academics or ultra online people, right? Is they like to pretend that oh, trans stuff. The debate for that is over. We don't debate trans stuff. That's already settled. That's settled. Everybody's pro-trans now. We're done with that. That's it. That's what they like to pretend. Why say it like that? Bro, it's one black person responding to another black person. What the fuck do you think I mean? What do you... Never mind. Okay, fuck. Alright. I can't. Listen, I love you guys. I'll be back in... Let me check. I think I'm back on the 15th. I'm streaming again on the 16th, I think. I'll be back. I'll see you guys. Rubon. Peace out. Be careful.
Well, there he goes. He backed it up. Interesting. Very interesting. What can he do here? Oh fuck, what is this? He can do that, that's fine. I don't care, I can do that. And he can do that, and then I can do that. Ooh, next turn I'll do that. Interesting. Even more interesting. Interesting. GG. Well, see ya.